Do you see this stain? This is blood. And can you see all these blood stains? These are all from Boo's mouth. Right now I have the carrier on the bed. I did try to get Boo in the carrier this morning, and I got very close, but he did not go in the carrier. Right now he's underneath the bed, and his mouth is still bleeding, and I'm going to let him relax there while I tell you what happened. So, as you know, a few weeks ago I took Boo to the vet because I thought his mouth was bleeding. I thought it was his fang that was loose, that might be causing it. And the vet did a thorough mouth exam. I mean, I was there, I watched it, and the vet yanked on that fang to see if it was loose or going to come out, and it didn't. He said that it's in there pretty good, that, it doesn't look like it's coming out anytime soon. So I was like, okay, and everything seemed to be fine. We've been dealing with some fleas, but they've been under control, nothing like it was last year. And I've been combing fleas off of Boo, but we know he has dermatitis. We know that's caused by a flea allergy, so when fleas bite Boo, it causes skin irritation, then he starts over-grooming. So it could be a situation where he's over-grooming and that's affecting his mouth or his tooth. I don't know. At this point, it's just speculation until I'm able to get him to the animal hospital. But from what I could see, the blood seems to be coming from the same area of his mouth where the fang is. So the blood is dripping out of his mouth, underneath the fang, if that makes any sense. And so to me, I think they're somehow related. I don't know if he ate something and then it irritated his gum and that's causing the bleeding. I don't know if the fang has gotten looser and that's causing the bleeding. All I know is he was pretty much bleeding all night. I thought it was going to stop, but from what I could tell, it just kept bleeding. So it started probably 11:30 last night. I noticed it when I was going to bed. And I remember thinking, should I try to get him in the carrier now and take him to the animal hospital now and not go to bed? Or should I just wait it out until tomorrow? Which is what I did the last time Boo went to this animal hospital and they pulled his other fang. I just put him in his room that time and he relaxed, and then I was able to get him to the animal hospital the next morning. But this time he was in my room, and I figured, okay, he'll just relax on the bed and everything will be fine. Except he wasn't really relaxing because we're also dealing, with the dermatitis and the flea issues. So I was trying to keep him from grooming himself, and I was trying to keep him from scratching. So I was combing him and wiping him with wet paper towels or wipes. And that was going on every, 15, 20 minutes. So I was up with him until about 3:30. I was trying to go to sleep, but every time that I would just be about falling asleep, then I'd hear him scratching or moving around. So then I would check on him and see what's going on. And it got to the point where I said, if I stay here with Boo, I am not going to get any sleep at all. So I left the bedroom and I slept on the couch again. It is 11:40 a.m. and I just gave Boo a plate with a Sheba Perfect Portion. This is one of the seafood varieties, and the reason why I give it to him is because this is really, really soft. He should be able to eat it. He just ate half of a squeeze up out of my hand, and then he licked some pieces of it, and then he licked drops of it that were on the floor, but then he moved farther back under the bed. So I don't know what I recorded last, but let me tell you what happened. So there's Boo right now. You might be able to see some dried blood around his mouth. He's not very happy. And so this morning I came in the room and he was under the bed. And I was like, okay, I just got to get ready for my day. And I was like, okay, I have to get ready for my day. I have to get all the other cats fed, and then I'll deal with getting Boo out. So I got ready for my day. I got all the other cats fed, and then I was talking to Grandma Farrell on the phone, and I had her on speakerphone. And I guess Boo heard her voice because when I went to go back in the room, then he flew out the door, like flew out the door. So I was like, oh my gosh, I have to grab him. So I put the phone down and I said, keep talking to Boo because, you know, he likes to hear Grandma Farrell's voice. So I was like, keep talking to Boo. And I was able to pick him up and I was able to bring him in this room because I had the carrier in this room. I was able to get him almost in the carrier, like not in the carrier enough that I could actually shut the carrier because he just started fighting and, you know, flailing his arms and legs all over the place and fighting, and I'm all scratched up because I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. So my arms are all scratched up from him and he was not happy. He's like, I am not getting in that carrier. So then he came under the bed and I was like, okay, I'll just like let him relax for a while and then hopefully he'll come out. So I laid down on the bed 20 or 30 minutes. I didn't fall asleep, but at least I got to rest a little bit because I'm so exhausted. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll try to get him out with some food. So I put some food on a plate. He didn't want to come out. And I put a churu on a plate. He didn't want to come out. I tried his spider toy. He didn't want to play with it. Like, he was just not happy at all. First of all, I have a light here so I could see what's going on. But there's 3 big gray plastic storage tubs. So I blocked off the majority of this underbed space with these large storage tubs. Now, this is what I had to do in the past to get Boo in a carrier. I had to like block off most of the underbed area, and then I actually had to put a vacuum on and chase him out with the vacuum. I don't want to do that right now. If I have to do it later, I'll do it later. I'm hoping he comes out on his own. After I put the storage tubs underneath the bed, I then got a Swiffer and I put a paper towel on the end of the Swiffer and I said, well, maybe I could get him out that way. So I put the Swiffer under the bed and he was not happy. He was growling and hissing, but at least I was able to run the paper towel like over the floor and I could tell that there's not like pools of blood near him. So I was like, okay, that's good. Maybe like the blood around his mouth is just like residual from last night when he was bleeding. And that appears to be the case right now because it looks like it's dried blood versus fresh blood. So that's good. Hopefully he'll stop bleeding, or hopefully he has stopped bleeding. This is what's left of the churu. So I'm going to take the churu up. I'll just leave the parts of it that are still on the floor. He could lick those if he wants to. I'm going to leave this plate of food here, and I'm going to hope he comes out on his own. The plan with Boo is to see if he comes out of under the bed by himself. If he doesn't, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start cleaning the room. My room needs to be cleaned anyway. So I'm going to start cleaning the room and see if he comes out. And then if he doesn't, I'm going to resort to the vacuum and see if running the vacuum will scare him out from under the bed. In which case, I'm going to have to try to calm him down enough to put him in a carrier. Even if, let's say, for example, Grandma and Grandpa came over to try to help get Boo into a carrier, it would make him even more traumatized than he is now. And it would also make him traumatized every time he sees them. So I don't want to do that. Right now, even though I would like to get him to the animal hospital, it's not an immediate emergency. He does not appear to be hemorrhaging. He's not bleeding right now. He did, bleed overnight, but we have to remember that anytime you have blood coming out of your mouth, it is mixed with saliva. So it always looks like there's more than it is. And also, Boo was drinking a lot of water last night. He kept getting up and drinking water, and I kept thinking to myself, okay, well, maybe, his mouth, he knows he has an issue in his mouth, and he's just trying to, rinse it out with the water. So if someone's drinking water and then they have, a little bleeding in their mouth, that'll also make it look like it's worse than it is. We also have to remember that Boo is FIV positive, so I have to keep him separated from the other cats when he's bleeding. So that's why he's in the room by himself. I'm not letting anyone else in right now. So all I can do right now is really take this day 1 hour at a time. I need to get stuff done. I need to get through my day, and I have to give Boo some time to just relax and come out on his own. I don't want to give him those calming drops that he had before he went to the vet, because it specifically says on that bottle, do not give before anesthesia. And if I take Boo to the animal hospital and for some reason they need to give him anesthesia, put him out or whatever, he can't do that if he has those calming drops in him. So he got those last night. And again, I don't know if I mentioned that already. And so I'm not giving him any more today. It's 12:20 p.m. and Boo ate a churro off of a paper plate that I put under the bed with him. He won't come out to eat it, but he ate it under the bed. And I just checked the plate and there's no blood on the plate, so I'm going to take that as a good sign. I moved the Shiba Perfect portion under the bed with him. Maybe he'll eat that. But I did remember that he went crazy over cooked shrimp the other day. So maybe I'll try cooked shrimp before trying the vacuum. So I'll clean the room. I'll see if he comes out while I'm cleaning the room. And if he doesn't, then I'm going to try the cooked shrimp, see if I can get him out with the cooked shrimp. If I can't get him out with that, then I'm going to try the vacuum. It's 2 p.m. and Boo's still under the bed. He ate the Shiba Perfect portion that I gave him, so that's good. And he seems really tired, most likely because he was up all night. So I'm just letting him be right now. He doesn't appear to be bleeding. There was no blood on the plate, so maybe the bleeding has stopped for now. It's 4:30 p.m. and I have a Shiba Perfect portion here for Boo. I think this is tuna and whitefish. I put some L-glutamine in it, a supplement that helps to heal the mucous membranes of the body, and that would include the mouth. And I also put some of the supplement mix that I use for the homemade raw food that I make. It has vitamin C in it, B vitamins, like full nutrition for a cat. So I'm going to give this to Boo, see if he eats it. Okay, so Boo is bleeding again. There's blood on the floor. There's blood coming out of his mouth. So I think I'm going to have to just go to the next plan, which is to cook some shrimp and see if he'll come out with some cooked shrimp. It's 6:15. I got Boo in the carrier. Let me quickly tell you how I did that. So I came in the room and I lay down on the bed thinking I'm going to take a nap. And then I remembered that on my Amazon Music account, one of the subscribers years ago had gifted me with an album called Music for Cats. And it's a really relaxing album. It has like purring in the music and it's supposed to help relax cats. And I know it's relaxing for me when I listen to it. So I said, I'm going to put it on and I'm going to see what happens. Because in the past, when I put that on, I was able to get cats out from hiding. So I put it on and I was listening to it, relaxing on the bed. It's so relaxing. I was almost ready to doze off. And then, I don't know, like 20 minutes later, it sounded like Boo was walking around the room. And I'm like, oh, it sounds like Boo. Then it sounded like maybe he was eating, maybe he was drinking out of the water bowl. And then it sounded like he was walking around, but I didn't want to move because I didn't want to scare him, So finally, after what sounded like him walking around for a while, I decided to move and, stick my head up or like get up from where I was laying. And Boo came flying from, I don't know where in the room, up onto the bed like he was all happy. And I gave him some pets and he was walking around. At the same time, his mouth was still dripping blood. Then he decided to shake his head. Do you see all this blood on the vomit blanket? Yeah, that happened when Boo shook his head. And it's here on this duvet cover. I mean, I don't know where else it is. But as soon as he shook his head, I was like, oh no, bad news. Thankfully, I had some extra churros on my night table. So I grabbed a churro and I said, Boo, you want a churro? So he started eating the churro. Now, last year when we were dealing with fleas, one of the ways that I was able to get those jackets on Boo was by giving him a churro in one hand and putting the jacket on with the other hand. So I knew that, they can really distract him. So there was no way I was going to be able to pick him up with one hand, but what I did was, as soon as he was done with the churu, I just got up and I picked him up and I put him in the carrier. It was like he didn't even know what was going on. And then he was howling, so I put the blanket on top of it. And now I've gathered some of my stuff, already put it in the car, and I'm just about to pick him up and put him in the car. I just want to make sure that the doors on the carrier are securely closed. There was like drops of blood on the floor. I cleaned those up, and we're going to go to the local animal hospital and have him checked out. Boo's not happy. You okay, Boo? You okay? You alright, Boo? Boo was pretty quiet on the car ride here, but the minute we got here, he's been howling. You okay, Boo? You okay, Boo? Here's Boo. He's back in the carrier. 2 vet techs just came in, and they took all of his vitals, and all of his vitals are normal. He does not have a fever. Like, everything is normal. Right now, he's not, like, bleeding a lot from the mouth, but we're basically just going to sit here and wait until a doctor comes in, and they said that it is a shift change, so it might take a little bit longer to get a doctor because, you know, the daytime doctors are changing with the nighttime doctors. So they had to put a new wee-wee pad in the carrier because Boo peed all over the last one. It was all urine. So we know he has carrier anxiety, but, you know, considering how much water he drank over the past 24 hours, I'm happy he peed because he drank a lot of water. And he's behaving so well. He's been behaving so well right now. So Boo's back in the carrier. He just saw the doctor, and there's a lot of blood, and the doctor had a very hard time figuring out where the blood's coming from. So they are going to send me like a bill to show me options. And then if I approve it, they're going to move forward with that. The reason why they do it is because it's very pricey, you know, coming to an emergency room and having them do a bunch of tests on him. They want to sedate him to get like a really good look at what's going on with him. She wasn't sure if it was coming from the tooth or from his gums. It's about 12:15 a.m. I'm here in Boo's room. I'm just checking on him before I go to bed. So I gave him 3 plates of food. This one here is some pureed shrimp. That's what he had this afternoon, except this time I put in a multivitamin for him, and he did not eat it, so maybe he doesn't like the multivitamin. There's also some Fortiflora on top. And this is half of a Sheba Perfect portions with a churu on it, and it looks like he ate most of the churu. And then this over here was some chicken liver and chicken heart that was pureed, and that had a little bit of Fortiflora on it also. So I'm glad he ate that. So we were at the vet for over 3 hours. Boo got checked out, and then after he got checked out, he had some tests done. So they did blood tests on him, and they gave him a sedative. They looked in his mouth, and what they told me was that his tooth is loose. It's not loose enough to come out yet, though, but it is loose, and most likely that's where the blood is coming from. However, his gums are also inflamed, like around the tooth area. They say that could be from a few different things, but that could be contributing to the blood, but the majority of the blood is coming from the loose tooth. Also, from the blood test, they said that his organs were fine, but his iron was low. He was slightly anemic, but I told them that made sense because he's been losing blood from the tooth, and they agreed that that made sense also. And his potassium was a little bit low, and they say that could be as a result of not eating well. And I said, yeah, over the past few days he hasn't been eating well because of his tooth. So they think that might be what it is, again, because the rest of his tests showed up fine, and they said that's what made sense to them. The goal is to keep him in his room for several days. They gave me an anti-inflammatory and an antibiotic. I don't know if I'm going to give him the antibiotic, because the last time he had the antibiotic, I felt like it didn't do anything for him, but it did like just totally ruin his gut microbiome, because he had the microbiome test after being on the antibiotic, and I mean, it was just completely wiped out. So I don't know if I want to do that for him. They basically just gave it to him as a precaution, but I'll probably give him the anti-inflammatory. Also, I asked them for a dose of Revolution, and that is a topical for fleas, and it usually lasts a month. And he's had that before without any side effects, so I'm probably going to put that on him tomorrow also. They said that tonight he still might be a little bit off from the sedation, but he seems to be fine. It took a while for the sedation to take effect because, you know, he was very anxious. And I have the window slightly opened in his room. It smells like someone's burning a fire pit or something. Like it has this burning wood smell, which I'm not too happy with, but Boo loves having an open window. And so basically the goal is just to keep him calm and relaxed and to keep him on soft food for several days, to see if that can, you know, stop the irritation around his teeth, stop the bleeding, and we'll see how it goes. So I put a training pad down here with the plates of food on it. They also said to just give him a light meal today because of the sedation. I went downstairs and I got some old towels, and I put some towels on the day sofa so Boo could lay on it, and, you know, if his mouth is bleeding, the towels will absorb it. I feel like I'm doing a lot of the things that I did for Ditto when Ditto was in this room. And Boo's been hanging out here by the window, and it's dark here, but I can see a few spots of blood. So, yeah, and he just wiped some blood on the window frame. But at least now, you know, I have a good idea of what it is. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to call his vet and find out who the vet recommends as far as having like mouth x-rays and any kind of dental work. And the animal hospital also referred me to a vet that does x-rays and dental work. Come on up, Boo. Come on up. So then what I'll do is I'll research both of those, and then next week give one of them a call as far as setting something up for Boo. I'm feeling scabs on the back of his neck right now. I asked the vet if there's anything that can be done to stop the bleeding, and they're like, no, there's nothing really that can be done because of like where it's located in his mouth. Hopefully it should just stop on its own. However, they said, you know, anytime that tooth is going to be wiggling around, it could aggravate it and start more bleeding. So that's why the goal is just to keep him on soft food so he's not really aggravating it. So right now I have like a little light on in here. I'm actually going to lower that. It has a few different brightness levels, and I'll probably put that relaxing music on for Boo. I'm just trying to keep him happy in this room. It is 8:48 a.m. and here's Boo. Hey, Boo. He's been in good spirits this morning. I was in here maybe like an hour ago, and I cleaned up his plates, and I wiped any blood that I saw on the floor. So there's a spot of blood there near the training pad. That's new. I'm trying to keep track of like how much he's bleeding. So he had half of a churro this morning. The other part of it is still over here. I wonder if he'll eat it now. Yeah, his mouth has started bleeding again. I just wiped his mouth. I'm happy that he is now going underneath the day sofa and on top of the day sofa, because when I just had the towels on it, he wasn't doing that. He's like afraid of towels now because I've tried to use towels to get him into a carrier. So now he's traumatized when he sees towels. So what I did was I put the towels underneath the sheet, and now he seems happier. And I tried playing with the spider toy with him. He didn't really want to play, but maybe he's settling down. I put his favorite music on, that music for cats that's supposed to be relaxing. So maybe that has helped. What I am just about to do now is run out to a local supermarket because I need to buy some meat for him. I want to make him 2 small batches of homemade food that does not have bones in it. I have the crushed eggshell powder, and I'll put that in instead of the bones because I just think it's going to be softer. I think it's going to be softer for him to eat. I also wiped Boo down with some pet wipes today. There's blood here, blood there, and I wiped off the windowsill. See what he did? He just wiped blood on there. It's really important for me to keep him in this room while he's bleeding because there will literally be blood all over their house. So we're trying to contain it. We're also trying to, put him on soft food so that maybe it'll help with not wiggling that tooth so much and not causing more blood. I do need to call the vet today to get the referral for the other vet that does the dental work. And then I need to research both vets, the one that's referred by my vet and then the one that was referred by the animal hospital, and see about making Boo an appointment. And then that's going to be another adventure because, getting him in a carrier is not the easiest thing. And we are coming on a Labor Day weekend. Today's Friday, so then we have a long 3-day weekend. So it is 10:52 a.m. I just got back a few minutes ago. I unloaded the car and I'm giving Boo a taste of breakfast. I bought some canned food and I bought all the ingredients to make some special homemade raw food for him, but I have to give him his medicine. And I don't know what he's going to eat, so I gave him a little spoon of the Merrick rabbit pate, which is what he ate. And I gave him a spoon of the Sheba Perfect Portions chicken and liver. So he ate the rabbit, so that's what I'm going to give him his medicine in. Okay, Boo, I'll be right back. I just gave Boo more of the rabbit pate, and I mixed in the medicine. It's an anti-inflammatory. I believe it's called Robenacoxib. There's a brand name for that, but that's what the drug name is. As long as he eats that, then I'm good. Then I could give him some more food. I just want to make sure that he gets the medicine. The cats have not had this rabbit pate in a while. I tried to purchase it at PetSmart like a week or two ago, and they were completely sold out. And I'm not able to get it on Amazon. I could probably order it on Chewy. I didn't even think when I was doing the Chewy order. So I stocked up on this pate. Usually the cats were eating this like once a week because they would have like a rabbit day once a week. Okay, you're not done, Boo. You gotta finish. Gotta finish, Boo. You want me to put a chewer on the rest of it? Here. I had one more churu in this room. This is tuna with shrimp. So I put that on top for him, but I guess he doesn't want it. Usually he likes it. Maybe he'll go back and eat it. I need to feed all the other cats in the house. And I also bought some more churus for Boo. They're kind of expensive in the store that I was in, but they have all the various chicken flavors. So I got him a package of each of the chicken flavors. Good? It's on the plate, Boo. Eat it on the plate. Okay? It ends up that he wanted more rabbit on it, so I just put some more rabbit on top of the churu. It looks like he ate the vast majority of the tablet that I gave him because I didn't see any of it really left except for like a little speck of it. It's a little white tablet, and what I did was I took a knife and I cut it into smaller pieces, and then I mixed the smaller pieces in. I think he has a piece of food on his ear. So I'm going to leave him, let him eat this. If he does, then I'll give him some more. But I need to get all the other cats fed, so that's what I'm going to do now. And they all have to be flea combed. I also bought a flea comb for Boo to keep in this room. So that way I don't have to keep going back and forth with stuff. I have to put supplies in this room. Because I pretty much took all of them out. It is almost 3 p.m. and now I'm checking on Boo. I'm assuming he's under the day sofa and he's resting, which is good because I think he was up all night. I looked at the security camera footage from overnight and he was pretty much looking out the window all night. He was just happy to be near an open window. So there's Boo. He's looking good. looks like he was sleeping and relaxing. I'm not seeing a whole lot of blood on the floor or anything. So, yeah, that's good. We're trying to keep him relaxed. He did have his anti-inflammatory. It might also be like a pain reliever. And we're just keeping a watch on how he's doing. Hey, Bo. I did call the vet's office to find out what vet they refer people to as far as dental work goes. So I did get the name of that, so I have to research that. And I'm also going to research the other vet that the emergency room suggested. Might end up going with that one. So we'll see. How you doing, Boo? You okay? So this is what was left of his breakfast. I'm going to pick this up, and this afternoon I want to work on making him some new food. Oh, he just came out. How you doing, Boo? Oh, did you want your food? You don't want me to take it away? Oh, you want a treat? He wants like a churu or a squeeze up. I can get that for you. It's about 4:10 p.m. and Boo is relaxing underneath the day sofa. I just gave him a squeeze up. How you doing, Boo? And here it is. Here's your squeeze up, Boo. You want it? There's your squeeze up, Boo. Would you like it? So he got the flea medicine on the back of his neck earlier. I don't know if I mentioned that. And I just spent so much time calling vets to try to get him a dental appointment. And it's ridiculous. So what happened was I called my vet and I got the name of the other vet that they suggest. And then I researched that vet, and I researched the vet that was recommended to us by the animal hospital yesterday. And I decided that I would call the vet recommended by the animal hospital because they have a really good reputation and they're closer. They're at least 15 minutes closer than the other one. So I called them, and it was definitely not the nicest receptionist. And, you know, it's Friday afternoon, so maybe she had a rough week. Maybe she wants to, get on with her weekend. But she ends up putting me on hold because she said she wanted to look through the schedule to see what kind of appointments she could find. And then she got back on the phone and she says, "I'm sorry, we can't take you because we don't have any appointments that would like meet your needs." And she's like, there's nothing, we don't have anything in a timely manner, basically. And I was like, okay, do you know of anybody who does? And she names a vet and she tells me where the vet is. And I'm like, that's pretty far away, isn't it? She goes, hold on. She goes, yeah, that's 2 hours away. I'm not, riding 2 hours to go to a vet. So what I had to do was then call another one of the vet's offices that was recommended by the emergency room yesterday. And they told me that they don't have any dental appointments open until the end of October. So we're talking almost 2 months away. So I was like, okay, that's not going to work. And then I researched more local vets that do dentistry. And some of them have very scary reviews, and other ones I just, didn't get a good feeling from. So I ended up calling the one that was referred to us by our vet. The reason why I wanted to look for a different one is because it's about 35 minutes away, which is pretty far. When we normally go to the vet, it's usually 15 to 20 minutes. So it's not too far. So we're talking like double that. So, it's going to be a long ride, but they were able to give us an appointment for Tuesday. We have a 3-day weekend for Labor Day, and then that's the next day. So it's like 4 days from now. So it's not too bad. Boo should be happy in this room for the next 3 or 4 days. The cats really like special attention. I mean, Stella would not be happy in this room, but Boo's happy in this room. I think everyone knows Boo's happy in this room. And Simba is very happy to spend like the day in this room. Like he really enjoys, special treatment. And that's, I think, why Boo's happy in this room, because he gets so much special treatment and like one-on-one time. So that's what I'm hoping. Right now, he doesn't appear to be bleeding. But what happens is it just starts and stops based on like how he's using his mouth. My hope is that by him getting the Revolution flea medicine, it's going to keep fleas off of him, and so he's not going to be scratching, itching, and over grooming. So that's my hope. Eat your squeeze up, Boo. Are you getting picky? Now he's getting picky and he only wants chewers. Eat your squeeze up. Oh, what do you want? A Fortiflora on it? You want a Fortiflora on it? You alright? I still have not made him his special homemade raw food. I want to do that this afternoon. And I still need to reorganize this room, like the table area. Here, eat that. Right now he's reminding me of Ditto, because I used to come in the room and Ditto would be so happy to see me. He'd want to like pets and rub up against me, and I'd give him his food. I'd be like, Ditto, eat, but he wouldn't want to eat at first. And then sometimes I'd have to leave the room and then he would eat. But that's like what Ditto used to do, except Boo's not eating. You want some Fortiflora on it? Want some Fortiflora? Okay. Alright, I'll give you some Fortiflora. This is Fortiflora. It's Purina Pro Plan Veterinary Supplements Fortiflora. It's a feline probiotic supplement. I'm not too crazy about this, but it does act as a good like appetite stimulant, or it's a good way to get a cat to eat food that they don't necessarily want to eat. I don't use this whole packet. I literally just sprinkle on the barest minimum, and usually it's enough to get the cat to start eating, and then once they start, they usually finish. Sometimes Boo will be like really picky and he'll only lick the surface off, and then he wants more put on there. So yeah, see, this is what he did. He just licked the surface off. Now he's like, give me more. It's basically a probiotic, but then they put like liver flavor on it, so the cats really like that flavor. There he is now. He's laying under the day sofa. There you go, Boo. Would you like to taste it? He just had some food not too long ago, so I don't know if he's going to actually taste this or not. Here you go. Come on. Here. Want your food? I added some extra water to it. Come on. You want to eat? Okay, eat your food. Eat your food. Here. Here, buddy. Normally Boo likes his food topped with some freeze-dried chicken or a few pieces of dry cat food. So that's what he's waiting for right now. He's like, where's my topping? But he can't get a topping because he's not allowed to have any hard food right now. You have to only eat soft food, okay? Here's your soft food. Eat that. Want to eat it? Sometimes I could put a squeeze up on top of it, like a little bit of a squeeze up or a churu. Or sometimes he does like a probiotic on top of it. And there he goes, he's eating the food now. It looks like it is Boo approved. It is 9:23 p.m. and I'm feeding Boo some dinner now. So this is some of the new homemade food that I made today. And I mixed in just a little bit of his favorite rabbit pate. So hopefully he'll eat this, because this is an empty plate. And this plate is from when he tested out the new homemade raw food earlier today, and he ate what I gave him. So I'm going to give him some more. This is a very good amount of food. And if he eats that, that'll be great. And even if he only eats part of it, that'll be great. So I know that Boo wants some of his favorite freeze-dried chicken, so what I did was I put some of it in the magic bullet and I turned it into a powder. So this is a freeze-dried chicken powder. Hopefully all the pieces are really small. Boo's like, I'll have that. You want it, Boo? I was going to sprinkle some of it on his food. I just sprinkled some on his food and now he's interested in it. Oh, he got some on his head. Boo, how'd you get some of that on your head? Okay, eat your food. Eat your food, it has the chicken on it. You don't want the chicken? I don't want him grooming himself, so I still need to get the flea comb and the little bowl of water that I use with it. I have to set that up. Okay, Boo? I'm still working on you. I'm still working on you, Boo, okay? I'm working on getting everything more comfortable in here, okay? You could have your food. This is on your food, okay? It's on your food. Boo's in very good spirits right now. I don't know if it's because of the medicine that he's on or he just is enjoying some like alone time in his room. So behind him are 2 water bowls. Normally I just have the 1 water bowl in here, which is the orange one. I have those healthy mouth drops that the cats were getting in their food. I put a few drops in their food, but you're supposed to put it in water and let them drink it. So I put some of that in water. I made like a quart of it for them. And I put some in his bowl. So he has 2 water bowls to choose from. If he wants the plain water, he could have that. And if he wants the water with the healthy mouth supplement in it, he could have that also, but that's his choice. It's about 9:45 a.m. and I just came in here to check on Boo. Hey Boo, good morning. And it looks like he ate what was left, or most of what was left of his rabbit pate. And this was turkey deli meat. I gave him 2 slices of the all-natural oven roasted turkey deli meat, and I pureed it in some water. So it looks like he ate some of that. How you doing, Boo? You feeling okay? So let me fill you in on what happened. So last night, I was up later than I wanted to be. So around 12:30 a.m. I came into this room and I was like, I'm just going to lay down here on the day sofa. I grabbed a blanket from the closet and I laid down here. And as soon as I did, Boo jumped on top of me. Now, Boo has done that in the past a lot. Like if I lay down, Boo will either come and lay next to me or he'll lay on top of me. But what was different was that he wasn't just laying on top of me. He was rolling around on top of me. Like, I don't know if it's a side effect of the medication that he's on. And I looked at the side effects this morning, and all the side effects for this medication are like negative side effects. But Boo has just been really happy. He's been rubbing up on everything in this room. It's like he's high off this medicine or something. And the way he was like rolling around on me, I was like, this cat is just so happy right now. So that might be a side effect of what he's on, or maybe he's just, you know, happy to not be in pain, because I really think that the tooth was causing him pain over the past several days. I guess I fell asleep because then sometime around 2:30 in the morning, Boo went over to the window. And so then what I did was I got up and I was like, okay, Boo, I'm going to leave. So then Boo came back to the day sofa, and then he was like laying in the blanket. So I was like, okay, I'm going to leave. I'll go to my bed, and then you just go to sleep and relax the rest of the night. So Boo's going to stay in this room today. I will be giving him his medicine relatively soon. What I want to do now is cook up some scallops. And then I'm going to give him his medicine in like a scallop and see if he'll eat it that way. I need to think of things that I know he's definitely going to eat. I don't want him grooming himself. He also got flea comb last night. And I should mention that he has not been bleeding since yesterday. So fingers crossed that he continues to not bleed, because, you know, I don't want him losing a bunch of blood. So right now he's not bleeding. Yesterday he got his medicine around 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. So that's why I'm not in a rush to give him his medicine too soon this morning. He'll still get it a little bit earlier than he did yesterday, but I don't want to give it too soon. Also, the medicine that he's on, I have to look up the name of it. You can only give it to a cat for 3 days. So it is, it's a painkiller, but it's also anti-inflammatory. And a lot of cats get it like after surgery and stuff. But Boo didn't have a surgery. He just had, you know, a wiggly tooth. But Boo is very happy. You're a happy boy, right, Boo? Boo's very happy. He enjoys time in his room, right, Boo? Okay. All right, good boy. I'm going to clean up your plates, and then you'll have breakfast soon, okay? Okay. Every time a cat is in this room for like health reasons, it's always like they are at a special cat hotel. They get amazing service, right, Boo? I just steamed some scallops for the cats, and I'm hoping I'll be able to get the medicine into Boo in a steamed scallop. So I have a little bit here just as a test to make sure he's going to eat this. Maybe I'll cut that into smaller pieces, but it is very soft. Okay, let's see if he'll eat this. Here's Boo. You want a little bit of a scallop, Boo? You going to eat it? If he eats it, then he'll get another one with his medicine in it. And hopefully this is not going to irritate his tooth because we're doing so good. Okay, looks like he's eating it. I'm going to try to cut the next one into smaller pieces. Want more? You going to finish that one piece? You want to finish it? You done? You done? So here's another scallop that I cut into small pieces, and you see the little pill next to it? So I'm going to cut the pill into smaller pieces. It crumbles very easily. I'm going to mix the small pieces of the pill in the scallop, and then hopefully he'll eat the whole thing. The pieces of the tablet are in the scallop, and let's see if he'll eat it. Ooh, you want a scallop? Want a scallop? Okay, there's your scallop. Eat your scallop. Eat it, Boo. Eat the scallop. Why are you not eating it? You just had a piece of it. Now you eat it. Eat the scallop. Eat it. Eat the scallop, Boo. Come on, Boo. You just had it. Here, eat it again. Okay, you want a churro on it? You want me to mix a churro on it? You want me to get a scallop churro? Okay, you eat it. You eat it, Boo. Eat the scallop. Yeah, eat this. Eat that. You want to put churro on it? Want churro? I'm going to give him a chicken and shrimp churro. I'll put it on the scallop. Hopefully he'll eat it. He ate the churro off of the top, so what I did was I gave him the rest of the churro and then I mixed it in, so hopefully he'll eat the whole thing now. Boo ate almost the entire scallop. Alright, he just got everything off of the plate. I had to use a little bit of Fortiflora to get him to finish. And this is the Fortiflora packet. It's a probiotic from Purina Pro Plan Veterinary. And this was first suggested for, I think it was Stella, when she was having an upset stomach, like digestive issues. And ever since then, I realized that it works as a really good way to entice a cat to eat something, especially if you need to get some kind of medicine into them. I use this as sparingly as possible. So the dosage for this is like 1 package per day per cat. But what I do is I just open it up and then I just sprinkle the tiniest amount on something. And that way I can make this little package usually last several days. In Boo's case, I'm trying to get him to eat more, so maybe this 1 pack will last like 1 day or 2 days. So I'm just really happy that he took his medicine. So he should be feeling good today also. I was just flea combing Boo. I actually got a flea off of him. So, like, what's going on with this revolution? He got it yesterday. They're supposed to keep fleas off of him for a month. But I just got a flea off of him. So, I'm going to comb him again. But maybe with this medicine he's on, he's not realizing that he has the fleas because he's not itching like he usually does. I just gave him some of the homemade raw food that I made for him. I added in a little bit of warm water, so it's kind of like a soupy consistency. And hopefully he'll eat that. He seems to have a decent appetite right now. One of the side effects of the medicine that he's on is a loss of appetite. So I wanted to tell you a story about what happened to me yesterday when I went to buy cat litter. Come on up, Boo. So I was at the cat litter, and I normally buy like at least 6 bags of cat litter at a time. These are 18-pound bags of cat litter. And, you know, I never buy like everything that they have. So if they only have 6 bags left, I'll only buy like 4 bags. I'll always leave a few bags for someone else that needs some. But they were fully stocked when I was there, so I was like, great, I'm going to buy 6 bags. So I start loading them into my cart, my shopping cart, and I noticed that there was an elderly woman a few feet away from me, and she was also buying cat food, and she started looking at me and watching me, and every time I put another bag of cat litter in my shopping cart, her eyes got bigger and bigger, and she was like, oh my gosh. So finally she said something, and she was like, how many cats do you have? And I was like, I have 11 rescues. And she goes, oh, okay. And I was like, how many cats do you have? And she told me that she only has 1 cat. And then we got to talking, and she just started telling me like her whole story. So it ends up that she had a cat, and what happened was the cat was sick, and she brought it to the same vet where I had the lucky 7 spayed and neutered. And I was like, oh, that's a weird coincidence. You know, I didn't say that, but I was thinking that. And she was telling me how horrible that they were, that they like charged her so much money. They didn't really do anything for the cat, and they kept the cat there for like 5 days. They're like, well, we need to keep it for observation, so we're going to board it here. And the cat was there like for almost a week, and nothing was getting better. They really weren't doing anything. So finally she got fed up with that, and she's like, you know, I'm coming to get my cat. And she ended up picking up the cat and taking it to another vet. And then she was telling me about the other vet. And then she said the other vet was great. And it ended up that the cat had cancer. So she had to put the cat down. And I was like, yeah, I know what that's like. I had a cat with cancer. So then she said, but she didn't want to put the cat down on Friday the 13th. She goes, I did not want that. So what happened was someone at the vet's office actually stayed there or came back to work, and they put the cat down like right after midnight on the next day. She said it was like January 14th. So I was like, oh, well, that was really nice of them to, you know, honor your wishes of not wanting the cat to cross on, you know, Friday the 13th. So she was thrilled with that vet, and she was telling me, you know, that she really, really likes them. And then she was telling me how she got her current cat. And it was just really strange. So she was telling me that her husband had passed away. Now, I don't know if her husband passed away before her other cat passed away or after her other cat passed away. But she said her husband had passed away, and, you know, she was all alone. She didn't have her other cat, and she decided that it was time for her to get another cat. So she went to one of the local pet stores that always has like adoptions on weekends from local rescues. So she said, you know, she filled out all the forms, but they wanted almost $200, and there was absolutely no guarantee that she was actually going to get the cat. It was just like an application fee. And I was like, that's crazy. I never heard of something like that, but I don't know how many years ago this was. I know now, like, all the rescues are so overloaded with cats and stuff. Even the shelters are overloaded that, you know, I don't know how much they're charging, but I can't imagine that they would be charging $200 without even a guarantee that you're going to get the cat. So she said, you know, she couldn't afford to pay that. So she didn't go with that. And then she was sitting at home one day, and I guess she was outside on her porch, and she said she still had her husband's car, and all of a sudden, this little cat came running toward her from underneath her husband's car. And she said it was a little tuxedo cat, and the cat that she had previously was also a tuxedo cat. So she interacted with the cat, and the cat was pretty friendly to her. And the more she interacted with the cat, the more she was like, oh my gosh, this cat is like my previous cat reincarnated. And she swore by the fact that her husband sent it to her because it came from underneath the husband's car and the husband did not want her to be alone. So she's like, I swear my husband sent this cat to me. And she was also convinced that the cat was her previous cat reincarnated because they were both tuxedo cats. And the one that had passed away was a male tuxedo cat. And the one that came from under the car was a female tuxedo cat. But their personalities and the things that they like and everything were like exactly the same. And I was a little freaked out by that because, you know, that happened to me with Sammy. When Sammy escaped from the trap, like she was the first member of the Lucky Seven that was trapped. When she escaped from the trap, everything that she did in this room was exactly like Ditto. I remember thinking, oh my God, she's just like Ditto. Oh my God, that's exactly what Ditto did. And I was really thinking, like, is Sammy Ditto? Like, did Ditto reincarnate and come back as Sammy? Because they were both tuxedo cats and they were so similar. Even now that I've gotten to know Sammy better, you know, she's a little bit different than Ditto, but there are still so many things about her personality that are so similar to Ditto's personality. We also have to remember that when Ditto was a house cat at the end of his life, he was sick the entire time. So I never really got to know him as a healthy house cat with, you know, his regular personality, like when he wasn't sick. So chances are good that he was probably even more similar to Sammy than like we even know. I'm trying to get Boo not to groom himself because I don't want him to upset his tooth. Don't groom yourself, Boo, okay? You want me to get your wipes? You want to get your wipes? So I ended up having a pretty lengthy conversation with this woman in the pet store, and it was just really interesting to hear her story, and especially about the tuxedo cats, because it really, really reminded me of Ditto and Sammy. Like, if you ever like have a weird situation like that, and then you get like the chills, and you're like, oh my God, that is just like, where is this coming from? It was kind of like that. So she said that she has one cat currently, and you know, it's enough for her, and she's really happy with her cat, and obviously she treats the cat really well. She was buying a lot of food and treats for it, so I know it's very well taken care of, and she was easily in her 80s, and she's very nice, and I just thought it was really interesting. And then, like, we went our separate ways in the store, but then we crossed paths again, and she was telling me about something else, and I was like, oh, that's really good to know. Thank you. I forget what it was. Boo. Boo, what was it? What was she telling me? What was she telling me, Boo? I don't remember. It's always interesting. The people that I meet at pet stores are always very interesting. Here's Boo, and I just gave him some of the freshly made beef-based cat food. He's gonna try it out. So I guess he approves. He's eating it. I added quite a bit of water to it. You see, it's a lot more soupy. I'm trying to keep his food as soft as possible while also getting a decent amount of liquid into him. This is what's left of his breakfast, and this was the chicken-based cat food that I made yesterday. As you can see, he enjoyed a lot of it. He really enjoys beef. Normally, I'll just give him chunks of beef to chew on, and he really likes that. And the majority of the time when I'm making beef-based homemade cat food, I don't put the beef through a grinder and I don't put the beef through a food processor. I'll just cut it into small chunks with a knife, and then I'll mix in the ground up organ meats, like pureed organ meats. It makes a nice gravy for it, and then I'll add the rest of the ingredients. And they usually really like that. But today, because of his tooth issue, that's why I wanted to make this as smooth as possible, and that's why I used a food processor. So this recipe is called smooth beef. Normally when I'm feeding the cats, that recipe is called chunky beef. It's very similar. Okay, so I'll let him enjoy the rest of this. This is like a midday meal for him. And I'm glad he's eating it because the vet said to make sure he eats well. There's Boo, and he's having the turkey-based food for dinner. I did sprinkle some powdered freeze-dried chicken on top because that is his favorite meal topper. And that's what the other cats are having on their meal right now. They're having homemade food, just a different recipe. And he can smell the freeze-dried chicken from here. So he was like, I'm not eating until you put some on my food. It is 10:30 a.m. Hello, Boo. And Boo had his medicine today. He had it in a little appetizer portion, and then I gave him some more food. So it looks like maybe he ate some of the food that I gave him. But I'm going to give him a little Fortiflora on there. Maybe that'll entice him to eat more of it. This is beef-based food. Okay, so he went back to eating it. He's been watching chipmunk videos on the iPad this morning. The window's open, and he's been behaving really good. He's not trying to get out of the room, and so far, he has not been bleeding. I don't want to jinx anything, but it's been a little over 24 hours now. He has not been bleeding at all, so that's good. I'm just trying to keep him comfortable in here today, comfortable in here tomorrow, and then the next day we're supposed to go to the vet, and the biggest challenge is getting him in the carrier, so we're going to be thinking positively about that. I still have to clean out the carrier from the last trip to the vet. I'll probably do it later today. It's about 8 p.m. I just gave Boo his dinner, so he's having some of the homemade raw food. This is chicken-based, and I mixed in some warm water into it. And I also baked some haddock, and that's what that white stuff is. It's some flaked haddock. Boo usually likes fish, so I just put it on like one side of his food. In case for whatever reason he doesn't want it, like I only put it on one side. Good morning, Boo. It's so bright in this room. I love this room because of the big windows. This room has the best sun in the house. How you doing, Boo? And it looks like Boo left quite a bit of food there from yesterday. I'm going to give him a churu, and then I need to start getting ready for my day. So that is the carrier from when Boo went to the animal hospital the other day. I definitely have to clean that out today. So I'm going to remove that from the room. I don't know if I should do it now. And I'm also thinking of getting in the car and taking like a test run up to the vet's office that we have to go to tomorrow. Because I've never been there before, and it's at least 30 minutes away. It could potentially take 30 to 40 minutes to get there. So I'm thinking maybe it'll be easier if I go by myself to check out the area, see where everything is situated, than having to deal with a stressed out cat in the car like the first time I drive there. It's definitely not like it's just around the corner. It is quite a ways, so I might do that today. Feeling good, Boo? Feeling good, Boo? Boo says he's feeling good. It does not look like he's bleeding, which is good. Okay, Boo, I'll give you a churu, and then I'll put your breakfast together in a little while, okay? It is 1:50 p.m. There's Boo. He was laying by the door when I came in. Hello, Boo. I was playing his favorite Music for Cats album, and it seems to relax him a lot, so he was like laying here. I just put a new training pad on the floor. And I brought the carrier inside. I just put it here on the table for now. I think this is a perfect height. If I need to lift Boo up, get him into the carrier over here. Boo does not like to see the carrier, so when I brought it in the room, he went over by the windows. And maybe that's why he was laying by the door, because the carrier was outside of the windows and he didn't want to be near it. I'm happy to report that I just got back from taking a ride to the vet's office that we have to go to tomorrow. And it wasn't bad to get there. It was mostly highway driving, but I am glad that I went today without a cat in the car, because there was a tricky turnoff and I almost made the wrong turn. And I could totally see myself making that wrong turn if I had a howling cat in the car and it was my first time making the drive. So thankfully, I figured out that I needed to get off at a different exit. So I was able to reroute myself, and everything was fine. From the outside, it looks nice. And I think they might have even been open today, because there were some cars there and there were some dogs in the parking lot. Like, people were taking their dogs to, do their business. There's like a little grassy area. And I looked at the dogs and the dogs were all happy. Even though they had a bandage on their leg or something, they seemed happy. They didn't seem like unhappy or stressed. So I thought that was a good sign. Yeah, just very happy that I made the trip. I'm actually going to give Boo a snack because he ate his breakfast. So I'm going to give him maybe some canned food, or I'll see if I have any leftover raw food for him in the refrigerator. I want to make sure he's eating good. Now that he's no longer on those pills, hopefully his appetite will come back a little bit better. Right, Boo? I just gave Boo a triple snack. It's really kind of like a lunch for him. So he's looking at a salmon squeeze up right now. I have a little bit of the leftover homemade raw food that I made for him. I don't know what flavor it is, so I just gave him whatever it is. And then I give him a little bit of the Merrick rabbit pate, because he usually likes that also. And I sprinkled some of the calming Fortiflora on it. So this is the new Fortiflora. It's Calming Care. It's basically a special probiotic that's supposed to help calm cats down. Boo seems to really like it. And again, I just sprinkled the tiniest bit on his food. It's kind of like an appetite stimulant. It is about 5:15 p.m. and I just gave Boo part of his dinner. I probably added a little bit too much water into it, but he's been eating a lot of soupy food recently, so this is kind of like more turkey soup for him. I also put some of the Fortiflora Calming Care on top, the lightest sprinkle of it that I could, and hopefully he'll eat some of that. It is a bit early for his dinner, but I don't mind getting him on an earlier schedule, or even giving him another snack later. There's Boo. He's on the day sofa. He's resting comfortably with the music on. I don't want to disturb him, but he looked really cute, so I thought I would show him to you. He ate a little bit of the dinner that I gave him, but that's okay. He could eat the rest later. You okay, Boo? It is 9 a.m. Good morning, Boo. And this is Boo's breakfast so far. This is some homemade chicken-based smooth cat food. And I added some warm water to it. How you doing, Boo? He was very happy this morning. So when I checked on Boo earlier, he was laying on this blanket on the day sofa, so I didn't want to disturb him and wake him up too early. Last night, I laid in here for about a half hour with him, and I laid down on the day sofa. I used that as a little blanket, and then Boo laid on top of me for a little while. And then I said, okay, Boo. I'm going to go to bed. And Boo's so smart, he knew what that meant, so he got off of me and went by the window, and then I went to bed. And last night was like the first night in months that I got down to like 50-something degrees, so the weather is starting to change for fall. This is what's left of Boo's last meal yesterday, so I'm going to pick that up and put his breakfast down. You going to eat that? You going to eat that? I just sprinkled a little bit of this Calming Care on his food, and now he's eating it. He really loves this stuff, but I don't want to give him too much of it, so I give just a tiny dusting of it. So today's the day that we have to take a ride up to the new vet. I need to leave here by 12:30. That'll give me enough time to drive, but I have to check the traffic. If there's traffic, I might have to leave before that. I don't know. I was thinking of trying to get Boo in a carrier around 11:30, 11:45. Like, I need to leave myself enough time so if the first attempt is not successful, I have chances to try again. I don't know if I want to bring something in the room to block off access to like underneath the day sofa. Like, I don't want to stress Boo out. I think it's better if I just keep him as calm as possible. I'm definitely gonna put his music on, and hopefully that'll relax him. And then I could just pick him up and put him in the carrier like I did last time. That's what I'm hoping. So I'm gonna let him enjoy his breakfast, and I need to get everyone else fed. It's 11 a.m. and here's Simba. And I put the relaxing cat music on for Boo, the Music for Cats album that I used the other day to get him into a carrier. I'm gonna try the same thing today where I go in there and I give him like a churu and I let him eat the churu and then I pick him up right away and put him in the carrier. Hopefully that'll work. If he has to sit in a carrier for an hour before we leave, I'm okay with that. Maybe he'll just like calm down and maybe it'll go better. I don't know. But I have to leave myself extra time because just in case, for whatever reason, I can't get him in the carrier and I need to try multiple times. So that's what's going on there. I also downloaded the music and I burned it onto a CD and I put it in my car and I was just playing it in the car and it sounds good. So I'm going to play that on the ride to the vet. I need to start getting Boo ready. I'm kind of procrastinating right now because it's like 11:30. It's like, do I try to get him in the carrier now? Or do I wait? If I get him in the carrier now, he's going to sit there for an hour before we leave. But if I don't get him in the carrier now, then it gives me, other opportunities. So I don't know. Okay, guys, it was super easy to get him in the carrier. I gave him a squeeze up or churu. He was almost done with it, and I just picked him up and put him in the carrier. I really think it's this music. So I'm going to put the cover on the carrier, and my stress level is going to go down so much right now. That's really why I wanted to get him in the carrier as soon as I could for my stress level more than anything. So he's just going to relax here for an hour. So we still have another half hour before I want to leave. I still need to finish up a few things. I'm actually printing out the printout from the emergency room the other day, just in case it wasn't emailed to the vet that we're going to today. Now, I did take this cover off and I sprayed this cover with the Feel Away spray, which is supposed to help, keep cats calm, although it doesn't seem to be working with Boo. And we know Boo had a really bad TNR experience, so he doesn't like, being in confined spaces. And he's actually much better now that I'm here with him and I'm talking because he's not flipping out as much. But I do need to continue getting myself ready. We only have, at this point, a little bit less than a half hour to go until we leave. I could leave early and then just drive really slowly. But as it is, if we leave at 12:30, we're still going to get there early. I'm just super happy that Boo went in the carrier. If I continue to be able to get him in the carrier very easily by using the relaxing music technique, then I don't have to get him in the carrier early. The reason why I felt like I had to get him in the carrier early today is because of a few weeks ago, that day that I could not get him in the carrier. No matter what I did, I could not get him in the carrier. And also from what happened when I tried to take him to the animal hospital, I could not get him in the carrier until I tried the relaxing music and the squeeze up. Now today was the second time I used the relaxing music and the squeeze up. So we're 2 for 2 with that. If we can do it 3 for 3 with that, like if I have to get him in the carrier again and that works again really easily, then I pretty much can count on that working and I don't have to try to get him in a carrier like earlier than necessary. So that's the situation. Be calm, okay? Just relax, okay? Just relax, okay? We're gonna go for a ride soon. You're gonna be good. You're gonna have some new friends. You're gonna make some new friends today, Boo, okay? We are just about halfway to the vet's office, and so far Boo's been doing really good. He's only howled a few times. Most of the time he's just relaxing. We're listening to this relaxing music for cat CD. It's even relaxing me. Like, I am just super relaxed right now. And it's a beautiful day, beautiful sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. It's only like in the low 70s right now, so let's hope the rest of the day goes well and the rest of this trip goes well. We just got to the vet and Boo was really good for the second half of the trip and we were on time. We're actually a little bit early, which is fine. So I'm going to take him inside and I'm going to be very interested to see what it looks like inside this new vet's office. Yeah, we're going to go in and see what they say. It is 2:30 and we just got home. So we didn't do bad at all considering we spent over an hour traveling. When we got to the vet's office, there were a lot of dogs in the waiting room. Some really big dogs and little dogs, and Boo was the only cat. There was one little kitten. I think they said the kitten was 5 months old. It was sick. It had been sick for a few days, and it was wrapped up in a blanket and wasn't even in a carrier. The little boy was just holding it. But thankfully, they took Boo almost right away. I was only waiting there maybe 10 minutes, and then they brought Boo in, and everyone was really nice. There were 2 vet techs. Well, there was a vet tech and a vet tech in training. They were very nice, and then also the vet that we saw was very nice. And Boo was examined, and she pointed out some stuff about his teeth that no one else had told me. Like, she was saying that his rear teeth have a lot of tartar on them, and he's actually missing some of the rear teeth. She says she didn't know if they had fallen out or if they were extracted, and I said, well, he hasn't had any teeth extracted other than the one fang. And look at this, guys. Look at this. No poop in the carrier and no pee in the carrier. And I really think it's because of this Music for Cats CD that I was playing. So I played the CD in the car on the way there and also on the way back. But Boo's problem is usually on the way there, that he either poops or pees in the carrier. And then when we were in the waiting room and also when we were in the exam room, what I did was I played it on my phone, and I put my phone on here, like on top, and then I put this cover over it. But I played it like really, really softly, so you really couldn't even like hear it much, but Boo obviously heard it. And so it definitely helped to relax him. He was probably the most relaxed I've seen him on the exam table. And he let the vet and the vet tech trim all of his nails, all of them, which was great. And he got weighed. So on their scale, he was almost 14 pounds. He was like 13.75 pounds. And she said that, you know, he's doing good for a cat his age. The only issue that she really noticed was his teeth. And then we talked about, you know, his dermatitis from the fleas. And she asked me if I wanted a refill of the Revolution, because I said the only thing he had was like, you know, Revolution a few days ago. And she goes, oh, do you want a refill on it? Now I'm thinking she's going to give me like one refill. It ended up being a box of 6, and that's expensive. So that was like $150 that I did not expect. But I figured if I don't use it on Boo, I could maybe try to use it on Splash or some of the other cats, like 6 doses of that. I'm sure I could use it somewhere. And we are going back in 2 days. So what they did was they printed out a list of like the expenses for a dental procedure for Boo. And the low end was $1,600, but if he needs extractions, it could go up to $2,000. So I was like, okay. And she's like, when do you want to schedule it? And she told me that she does dentals once a month and that she actually had an opening on her next dental day. And I was like, okay, when is that? And she's like, in 2 days. So he's going back in 2 days. Right, Boo? You're going back. I know you don't like hearing that. But you're going back, and I have to drop him off early in the morning between 8 and 8:30. And if it's going to take us over a half hour to get there, we need to leave by 7:30. But it's probably going to be during rush hour, so we might hit a lot of traffic. I don't know. I'm going to have to see what the traffic's like tomorrow morning. And I drop him off there in the morning. And then what they do is they give him the anesthesia. Then they take x-rays. And then they do the dental work. They're going to clean his teeth. And she said if they need to do any extractions, they'll do some extractions. and then later in the day I'll pick him up. I'm just hoping he doesn't have to have like all his teeth removed, because, you know, she was telling me that cats do fine if they have all their teeth removed. They could still eat. I don't know. I think it would be better if he had some of his teeth. He really likes chewing, right, Boo? I don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm super, super happy that I figured out that Boo responds to this relaxing music for cat CD. I'm hoping it works so I could get him back in a carrier in a few days. And I just hope everything goes well. I hope everything goes well with the procedure, and that they clean up his teeth, and that he gets to keep them, and that everything is good. Right, Boo? Right, Boo? You happy? The vet said that Boo looks like a ladies' man. I was like, yeah, he's definitely a ladies' man. So then I was asking her, what do you suggest to do for a cat to keep their teeth healthy? And she's like, well, for dogs, there's a lot you could do, but for cats, there's really nothing you could do. She goes, it's a lot of it is genetics, and you know, there's not a whole lot. Some cats get bad teeth, and then others don't. So we do know that FIV is a factor with tooth health for cats. So I'm gonna give Boo a treat. Boo, you want a treat? You want to squeeze up? You want a squeezy? You want a squeezy? You want churro? I'm gonna give Boo a churro. He loves churros. So I'm actually kind of glad that the next appointment is relatively soon, because I only need to keep him in this room another few days. So he'll stay in this room today, and then tomorrow, and then the following day he goes for the procedure, and I have to remove all food by midnight the day before the procedure, and then I can't give him breakfast, but he could have water. So the process is really similar to when I took like all the cats to get TNR'd. It was kind of like the same schedule. The only difference is that the vet that I used for the TNRs was quite a bit closer than this vet. About 15 minutes closer. Good job, Boo. Good job. Here's Boo. What you doing, Boo? He's been hanging out in his room. I gave him another squeeze up on this plate, but he didn't eat it. He did eat a few other chewers that were on the plate. So I ended up laying down on the day sofa. I was so tired. I was like, I'm just going to lay down in here for like a half hour. And it ended up being almost 2 hours. I fell asleep for a little while. And then I woke up and Boo is like laying on my legs, and then I couldn't move. Tomorrow's going to be a normal day. Then the day after tomorrow, I have to get Boo back to the vet between 8 and 8:30 a.m. Hopefully, you know, it's not going to be a crazy amount of aftercare, because I was asking her today, like, so what happens if, you know, you do a dental and you get some teeth taken out? They're like, well, then he would just, and she was like, well, he would just need to be on soft food for about a week. And I was like, oh, okay, because he's been on soft food for like the past 4 or 5 days, and I still have a bunch of soft food in the freezer for him, so that should not be an issue. It's not fun having teeth extracted, so I'm definitely hoping he doesn't have to have a lot of teeth extracted. So it ends up that Boo does not like squeeze-ups as much as he likes churros. And churro? Want churro? Okay, I'll give you a churro. I think it's around 7:30 p.m. and what's going on with Boo? I think it's around 7:30 p.m. and I just cut up 2 little shrimps for Boo. And I'm going to give it to him. Hopefully they're small enough pieces, they're soft enough. I mean, I overcooked it, so I forgot that these are pre-cooked shrimp. I don't know how I could forget that, because, you know, they're the color of pre-cooked shrimp. So I put them in the steamer. I wasn't even thinking, because I was in the middle of trying to finish some work today, like actual work. I wanted to make this for him for a treat, because this seems to be his favorite food right now. I hope he's okay eating it. I hope it doesn't cause his mouth to bleed. We've been doing so good. He has not been bleeding for, you know, several days now. I think he stopped bleeding about 4 days ago. I still have to scoop the litters and do the waters and everything. And I'm not going to let Boo out until like everyone has eaten their food, because I don't want him eating like what the other cats are eating. It's 11:45 p.m. and I opened the door to Boo's room a few hours ago, and he came out and he was hanging out in a cat tower in the other room. And then I got some squeeze ups and chew-roos, and I was going to give him and Stella and Splash and Simba a treat in the living room. And then he came back in here and he wanted his chew-roo in here. And he's been hanging out on the day sofa. So I was like, Boo, you want me to shut the door? Or you just want me to keep the door open? I think I'm going to keep the door open tonight. So if he wants to walk around, he can walk around. It is 8:10 a.m. and I wanted to show you Boo because he was laying on the day sofa, but he jumped down. The minute I turn the camera on, he has to move. So this is where Boo slept last night. He slept here on this blanket on the day sofa. The door to his room was open all night, but he wanted to sleep here. Boo loves his room. Now you got some scabs on the back of your neck, Boo, so he must have been scratching himself. So this morning, he was in his room again and he didn't want to come out, so I just shut the door. So I guess he's going to spend another day in here. And there's a few reasons why Boo loves his room. Obviously, he gets all kinds of extra treats when he's in this room. And he has been getting lots of chew-roos and squeeze-ups, and he's been getting special food. And he doesn't have to share anything with anybody. There are no other cats in his space. So Boo likes that, and it's very comfortable for him. And of course, you know, he spent the first 90 days as a house cat in this room. So Boo always really likes his room, right? And he has a good view of the patio. He has like the best light in the house. So Boo's very, very happy. And by this time tomorrow, we should be on the road already. So I know, Boo, you got to go back. You got to go back. We're going to go back to the vet. We're going back to the vet, and then he's going to have his dental procedure. You're going to have your dental procedures tomorrow, Boo. And then you're going to come home, and then you're going to maybe be on special food. Here, let me scratch you. Let me scratch you here. You want me to comb you? You want to be combed? You want to comb you? You got fleas? He shouldn't. So for the past few days when I've been combing him, he has not had any fleas. The Revolution has been working really well. It's about 4:05 p.m. right now. And Boo's laying on the day sofa, so I decided to lay down next to him. And he was so happy because I had his favorite music on. The relaxing music for cats. And he looked like he was just like in complete bliss. Like the expression on his face was one of complete bliss. And of course I did not have a camera. So then I left and I got the camera. But then I just shut the music off because I don't want a copyright strike. I'm going to put it back on. Maybe he'll do it again. He was so happy, right, Boo? Right, Boo? You happy, boy? He was taking a nice nap. Okay, buddy? Okay, buddy? You're itchy? Why are you itchy? You don't have any fleas. You don't have any fleas, Boo. You don't have any fleas. So I'm looking at Boo, and part of me is wondering if, you know, they're going to take out his fang. You have one fang left, Boo. I mean, you have your two bottom fangs, but then he has this one top fang left. I don't know if they're going to take it out. It is loose, so they might. You okay, Boo? Okay, he's like, put the music back on. Put the music back on, right, Boo? Elevator up. Elevator butt. Okay, I'll put it back on. I'll put it back on. I have the CD on like a loop, so it just keeps repeating and repeating. It's going to be different to see Boo without at least one fang. He doesn't like even thinking about that. He's like, don't even talk about that. Okay, you want to put your music back on? I just put his music back on. Now he's happy again. Okay. Just put my hand here. What if I put, just put my hand here? You okay, buddy? Someone's mowing their lawn in the distance. You like your music? You like your music. So this music includes like cat purring, and then it almost sounds like cats, but it's like a violin or something like that. Okay, you want me to... Boo, do you want me to comb you? I just combed you. He had no fleas. Boo says he needs an afternoon snack. So this is the last churu in the room, but I have plenty more in the kitchen. I was in the supermarket last week and they had boxes of 20 churus on sale for $9.99. So that means they're like 50 cents each, which is a good price. So I bought like 4 boxes of them. Okay. Well, I'm hoping that his mouth will feel better for him because he must have some kind of discomfort, you know, with the loose tooth and anything else that's going on in there. So maybe he'll feel better. And finish? Good. It is 6:22 p.m. I just came into Boo's room and I am giving him some dinner. This is some homemade raw food. This is turkey based. He has not been the biggest fan of turkey based food, but turkey, you know, is known for relaxing people and animals because of the tryptophan content. So that's why he's getting that. And I don't think he's going to eat it right away, so I'm going to put some of the Calming Care Fortiflora on it. And I'm trying to get everyone done early today. So it's 6:20. I'm going to get Boo fed. Now he's eating. There's a lot of noise coming from outside. It is now 7:21 p.m. and I just gave Boo a few crunchies on his food. He's not the biggest fan of this food, and I was like, okay, you know, let me give you a few crunchies. So I kind of put them on there like chocolate chips or in a chocolate chip cookie. And usually what he does is he eats the food around the crunchy and he'll eat the crunchy also. So he's enjoying himself. He has not had crunchies in over a week. So today would have been, tonight would be exactly a week from when his mouth started bleeding last week. Now, I don't know if the crunchies are going to cause his mouth to bleed. The vet didn't seem to think so, because the vet was telling me, yeah, you know, cats, when they lose all their teeth, even if, you know, they have no teeth, they could still eat kibble. And I was like, yeah, because they swallow it whole. And she's like, yeah, they do that. So, you know, she was telling me that. Now, he hasn't been crunching on anything in over a week. So, you know, I figured, let me give him some crunchies because he enjoys it. I don't know what the odds are that it's going to start his mouth bleeding. But if it does, he's going to the vet in the morning anyway. So in just about 12 hours, we're leaving, in like 12 hours and 15 minutes. The goal is to leave here at 7:30. I'm going to try to get him in the carrier around 7:15. I have to get myself completely ready, then I'm going to try to get him ready. Okay. If he doesn't want that, I'm going to give him some canned food also. It is almost 10:30, and I just made Boo some shrimp. Here you go, Boo. Here's 2 pieces of shrimp. I put them in the mini food processor, so they're nice and soft. It's kind of like a puree of shrimp. That's his favorite food right now. The plan is that when I get up tomorrow, I'm going to come in here and put the relaxing music on for Boo. And it'll be playing for about an hour before I get him in the carrier. And that will be very similar to the past 2 times that I've used this music. So hopefully 3 times the charm. Okay, you gonna eat your shrimp? So he had 2 churros, and I think red is his favorite churro color, and that is tuna with shrimp. That's when I was like, oh, maybe I should make him some shrimp. So I made him some shrimp. There you go. I'll leave all these plates here until I'm ready to clean up. It is 7:10 a.m. and I just got Boo in the carrier. And I swear that music is like a miracle. Because, he was listening to the music. He was very relaxed from it. And I was like, I'm still going to distract him with a churro. So I showed him the churro. He wasn't really interested in it. And I opened the churro, and he still wasn't really interested in it. He went and he jumped back up onto the day sofa because he was walking around on the floor at that point. So I said, I'll put the churro down in front of him, so hopefully, he will mentally focus on the churro and not at what I'm doing. And I literally just picked him up and put him in the carrier. He didn't even fight. He just let me put him in the carrier. And I definitely credit that music. It made a day and night difference, day and night difference. The past 3 times I've used the music, it has been very easy to get him into the carrier. Very easy. And prior to that, it was very, very difficult. He's not too happy, but we'll probably leave in 15 or 20 minutes, even if I have to leave a little bit early. This is the churro that I opened for him, but he didn't eat it, so I'm giving it to Stella and Simba. They're enjoying it. Here's Boo. He's in the carrier. He's not too happy about it. We're going to go, Boo, okay? So what I did was I sprayed the inside of this cover with the Feel Away spray. But he's not too happy about it. Okay, Boo, we're gonna go, okay? Look at this, look. Good thing I'm checking this carrier because the top, look at that. Look at that, I wonder if Boo's been trying to escape. It's a good thing I checked. All right, Boo, we're gonna go. You ready to go? It is 7:29, Boo is in the carrier, in the car. We're just about to leave. Even if it takes us 45 minutes to get there, we'll be within the window from 8 to 8:30. Hopefully he'll be comfortable. I'm going to play his favorite music and hopefully it'll be a quick ride. So the GPS is trying to reroute us around some of the traffic. We are about 22 minutes away from the vet, which is only 8 miles, but there's a lot of traffic. Boo's doing good. He was just meowing at me a little bit, so I was checking on him. I'm telling him that he's going to spend the day at a day camp. It's a day camp for cats, right, Boo? And you're going to relax. It's like a spa day camp, right, Boo? You're going to relax. And then people are going to make your mouth feel better, okay? They're going to clean up your teeth. And they're going to make your mouth feel better. So you're going to have a spa day, Boo. It's a spa day camp, okay? We are 2 minutes away from the vet. And Boo, first he made a pee-pee. And then he pooped. So it's really stinky right now, but thank God we're only 2 minutes away. I dropped Boo off at the vet an hour ago, and yeah, he pooped in the carrier, he peed in the carrier. Thankfully, as soon as I got him inside the vet's office, I said, can I put him in a room, please, so I could clean him up? And they were very nice, and they brought him right into an exam room, and the receptionist helped me clean him up. I mean, it was a very big mess. He took a giant poop. And then the vet came in, and I signed the paperwork, answered some questions, and then I was on my way. So the vet was doing 3 dentals today, and the other animals that I saw go in were 2 dogs. It was a big dog and then a very little dog. So Boo might be the only cat there today. I was hoping it would be all cats, but I think it's 2 dogs and Boo. The vet was very nice to Boo, and he did well, once the carrier was cleaned up and everything. So I'm hoping everything goes well today. She said pickup time is usually between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. So I should expect a phone call from them, and they'll let me know when to pick him up. It's almost 3 p.m. Here's Simba and Splash, and Just got the phone call from the vet about Boo. He only had to have 4 teeth taken out. So it was the fang, the loose fang. She said that once they got him under anesthesia, that it was, definitely very loose. So she took that out. And then she took out 4 of the little front teeth. I think they're called incisors. She said that they were starting to get loose and rotting. So she took those out. And she said he still has a lot of teeth, and he has all of his chewing teeth. She was concerned about his back teeth, like on the sides, because they had a lot of tartar. But she said once they cleaned them up, she said that they're all in really good shape. So she said all his chewing teeth are in really good shape. It was just some of the front teeth that needed to come out. I am so happy that it was only 4 teeth because, in my mind, I was thinking, how many teeth is he going to have out? And I was definitely hoping, like, she was not going to tell me, like, it's, the whole mouth. She said he did really well under anesthesia. Everything went fine. He's resting comfortably now. And then I could pick him up around 4 p.m. So I have to just hurry up, finish what I'm doing, and then get up there. But hopefully it'll be before rush hour starts. So I have to keep him on soft food. She says to keep him on soft food for around 5 days until his mouth heals. I'll probably keep him on soft food for a week. But then he could go back to eating whatever he wants, she said. And so that should be good. And I'm so happy that he still has all those chewing teeth because he could eat, his favorite chunky raw meat, and that would be good. Also, she said that she kept all the teeth. So I'm really happy about that because I forgot to tell her that if she took out the fang, please keep it because I have his other fang and, I want this one also. And she said that she always keeps all the teeth, any teeth that she takes out. So very, very happy to hear that things went well and that I get to pick him up earlier rather than later. It is 5:10 p.m. We just got home. I'm going to let Boo out. Boo has a bandage on his leg where he had his IV. And she said to leave that on for a good hour and then to unravel it and not to cut it off. How you doing, Boo? So they took out his fang and his other 3 little front teeth. He is prescribed gabapentin for 2 weeks. She said to make sure he has it for at least a week in his dinner at night, just once a day. And he was also given an antibiotic injection. I believe it's the Serenia. So that's like a 2-week antibiotic injection. And, Covenia? Is it the Covenia? Serenia? I don't know. I have to look it up. But basically, it was a 2-week antibiotic injection. And then she gave me enough gabapentin for 2 weeks. Although she said, monitor him after a week, see how he's doing. She says it's going to take him a full 2 weeks to heal, but he might do a little bit better. It's so weird to look at him without any of the top fangs. He doesn't have any top fangs left. His bottom 2 fangs are very strong. She said they're very healthy. A lot of whatever teeth he has left is very healthy. So she said he still has a lot of teeth left. He did really good. And, he might still be a little bit groggy from the anesthesia. He was under for almost 45 minutes. She says that's fairly common. How you doing, Boo? How you doing, Boo? How you doing, Boo? Oh, you look so different, Boo. Oh, poor Boo. Poor Boo, he's missing his teeth. You're missing some of your teeth, Boo. I gotta get used to Boo without his top fangs. So I just want him to relax in his room. I don't want him jumping around. I'm not gonna give him any food yet. She said to give him food around 7 p.m. She said that this needs to stay on him because it's putting pressure on like where the IV injection was. I wonder if I could give him a squeeze up. I don't know if I could give him a squeeze up or not because they could still be kind of nauseous from the anesthesia. So that's why I don't want to do too much. Although one of the shots that he got was to keep him from being nauseous from the anesthesia. He's acting a little weird. Most likely from the anesthesia that he was on. One thing I forgot to do is scoop the litter. I wanted to scoop all the litter before I went and picked him up. But I didn't expect for them to say, oh yeah, pick him up by 4 o'clock. So I still have to do that. Okay, you're going to relax there. Okay. I should probably wipe him down with the pet wipes because, you know, he pooped in the carrier, and even though we did clean the carrier out really good, he might not feel clean from it. It's 6:30, so I'm going to come in here and take Boo's bandage off of his arm. Boo, were you eating litter? Were you eating litter? What's on your mouth? What's on your mouth? You were eating litter? Why are you eating litter, Boo? Boo just had a chew-roo, and I got his bandage off. It was a little tricky to get it off, but I got it off. So, we're making progress. He actually ate a chew-roo. He didn't want one like an hour ago, but he just had one. And I'll give him his dinner around 7 with his gabapentin. Okay, Boo. You had it, okay? Just, we have to go easy, okay? We got to go easy and slow. He keeps rubbing on his carrier. So I scooped all the litter, and you're going to jump? You're not supposed to be jumping. Okay. You're going to relax? Lick what's left on that? No? Okay, you're doing good, Boo. You're doing really good. You're doing really good, Boo. He tried to jump onto the shelves by the window, and then he misjudged it, so he didn't really make it. So then he jumped up on the cat tower. You need to still relax, Boo. So they say when cats have anesthesia, it could take 24 hours to really get out of their system, even potentially 48 hours. I was looking online because, you know, Boo's still not himself. He's still kind of like, what's going on? But he's getting better. It's about 7:15 p.m. and I just gave Boo a chew-roo with the gabapentin in it. I had to put a little bit of Fortiflora on top. Hopefully he'll eat this whole thing. Once he eats this, he should start feeling better because the gabapentin will kick in. It is 6:30 a.m. Good morning, Boo. I'm checking on Boo. I haven't seen him since last night. You doing good, Boo? He was laying up here on the day sofa when I walked in, but I did check the security camera footage when I woke up, and I don't think he slept much at all last night because he was moving around a lot, like walking around the room. So he ate most of what was left of his dinner yesterday. I'll give you breakfast. Boo's the only cat getting like real food for breakfast. I defrosted his smooth raw food for him. The other cats are all going to get crunchies for breakfast again. So I'm glad Boo's doing good. He has his music on. It's just really, really low. How you doing, Boo? How you doing? How you doing? How you feeling? Okay. Good? Doing good? You feeling good? You still under a little bit of the anesthesia effects? Okay. He wants to eat. I just gave Boo his breakfast. He's having some homemade raw food. This is smooth chicken. And this is Boo's certificate of bravery. This certificate is awarded to Boo in recognition of great courage shown during your dental procedure. Isn't that nice? This is what Boo got yesterday at the vet's office. So because Boo no longer has any loose teeth, Once his mouth heals, he should be able to eat a lot better, hopefully. It is 4:30 p.m. and I just came in the room to check on Boo. Here he is. He just came out. Every time I come in the room, he comes out from wherever he is. So what happened was several hours ago, I gave him a churu. He ate about half of it, and then he went under the day sofa. So to me, that means his mouth is bothering him. And, I'm sure he's in pain. He had a deep cleaning yesterday, and they extracted 4 teeth. He did take the gabapentin last night. He gets it at 7 p.m., but I'm only supposed to give it to him once a day. So he'll get the next dose in a few hours. It's 4:30. So he'll get it in about 2.5 hours. So he just needs to hang in there. This is what was left of the churu. And he seems to be in good spirits. He seems to be in good spirits. He ate all his breakfast. He had no problem eating his breakfast. So he's doing very good. You're a very good patient, Boo. You're a very good patient. It is 10:15 a.m. and here's Boo. Hello, Boo. So Boo had breakfast today. He had homemade raw food. It was smooth chicken. He ate all of it. So then I gave him some of the Merrick rabbit pate with a little bit of warm water mixed in. And he ate most of that also. There's just some there. There's a lot of gravy when I mix the water in. So Boo's getting really good hydration. So I scooped the litter box yesterday. I mean, I scoop it every night. But when I scooped it yesterday, I noticed that Boo has not pooped yet. But he took a giant poop in the carrier on the way to the vet the day before yesterday. And they say sometimes it could take like 72 hours after anesthesia for a cat to poop. So we're on poop watch with Boo. How you doing, Boo? And he's been really active. Like, he has not been sleeping. I don't know what's going on with that. So last night I came in here, it was probably almost midnight, and I laid down on the day sofa. I was like, yeah, maybe I'll try to sleep here. And I fell asleep, and then I woke up around 2 a.m. and Boo was walking around. And then I fell asleep again, and I woke up at 4 a.m. and Boo was still walking around. He, he'll lay down for a few minutes, and then he'll get up and go to the windows, and then he'll get up and then walk on the day sofa, and then he'll jump down to the floor. He just hasn't been sleeping a lot. So I don't know if that's from the gabapentin. I don't know. But even during the day, he's not as sleepy as he has been. So we'll see what happens. There has been no blood at all with his mouth, no blood. So I hope it's healing okay. He's still on soft food. How you doing, Boo? He's enjoying being in his room. You gonna relax today, Boo? Your mouth bothering you? Here's Boo. He's finally laying down and relaxing. And based on my observations of him, I wanted to look up side effects of gabapentin and how long it lasts in a cat's system. And I found that it usually lasts 8 to 12 hours. And that does make sense because, Boo's been getting it around 7 p.m. That means in the morning, around this time, right now it's around 10 a.m., most of it is worn off of him already because it says it usually lasts 8 to 12 hours, and it's been more than 12 hours. So that's something that I do notice with him. I feel like if he has any mouth pain, it's usually greater in the morning and during the day versus at night when he's had the medicines. That's why I was figuring, this is definitely not 24-hour medicine. I don't know why the vet did not say to give it to him every 12 hours, but he's just getting it every 24 hours. I'm just going to do what the vet says. And the most common side effect is sleepiness and fatigue or lethargy, and Boo does not have that. So that's what's going on. It's 3 p.m. and I am checking on Boo. He's doing good. He's still not sleeping. I wonder if he has insomnia. Like, I have not seen him get any really good sleep since he's been back from the vet. What you doing, Boo? I'm going to give him a churro. See if he'll eat it. It is a little bit after 7 p.m. and it's time for Boo's medicine. So I gave him a churro. This is a chicken churro. And I put the gabapentin in it. He's not the biggest fan of chicken churros, so I have to put a little bit of the Fortiflora on top. Then he'll usually eat it. Now he's eating it, and we are on the same little envelope of this Calming Care Fortiflora that we've been using for the past several days now. So he only gets a tiny, tiny bit on top of some of his food to entice him to eat it. So if he eats all of this, then I'll give him his food. It is 7:45 a.m. I just came in here to see Boo. Good morning, Boo. So Boo slept through the night, and he slept there on the day sofa. And I know that because I checked the security camera footage. And he was there at like 1 a.m. I went to bed around 1 a.m. I checked on him, and he did not move. The next footage was from 6 a.m. and he was still there. And so that's how I know. That's how I know Boo got good rest, right, Boo? And it looks like maybe he licked this plate clean and then there's still some food here. But last night, when I went to bed, I gave him more baby food. So I found a case of Gerber's meat-based baby food downstairs. So I gave him some of the turkey baby food and he enjoyed it. So I gave him the rest of the little jar before I went to bed, but he didn't eat it at that time. So he ate it since then. It's good that he has an appetite. It's good that he finally got sleep. I mean, he was like 48 hours without any real sleep. So maybe he's getting back onto his routine, right, Boo? You getting back onto a routine? Good? You feel good, buddy? You feel good? Boo, you feel good? I think he feels good. Okay, I'm going to get you some breakfast, okay? I'll get you some breakfast. I should also mention it's pretty cold out. So yesterday, last night, it got down into the low 50s. And right now it's pretty cool in the house. How you doing, Boo? Boo's eating his breakfast. He's getting the homemade smooth chicken. If he eats all this, then I'll give him some of the canned food. Here's Sammy. She came out to greet me. And Boo has been relaxing on the day sofa all day, so I'm really happy. So he got some, I hope he got good sleep on the day sofa last night. And he's been on the day sofa relaxing all day today. I hope he's been napping. So I think he's been catching up on his lost sleep over the past few days. It is 9:20 a.m. Good morning, Boo. I just brought him in some breakfast. He's having some of the smooth chicken, homemade. I have one more portion left of that, and then I have to see how much portions of beef I have left. He doesn't like the turkey. For some reason, he doesn't like the turkey. So I'm going to need to make another batch of the chicken, and depending on how much beef I have left, maybe another batch of the beef. But it's really easy. I just do it in a food processor. How you doing, Boo? You okay? So last night I laid down on the day sofa and Boo was moving around quite a bit. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get up and go to bed. Oh, so what happened was he actually jumped down to eat. And he was eating some of the canned food that I gave him because he ate all of his homemade raw food for dinner. And then afterward, I give him a little bit of canned food. And he was eating that. And then I was like, well, I don't want to disturb him. He's going to be like moving around the room, so I'm just going to get up and go to bed. So that's what I did. And I just gave Boo his food, and he's eating it without any of the Fortiflora on it, which I think is a really good sign. Also, if I did not mention it yesterday, he ate an entire churro. Like the past few days since he had his dental work done, he's only been eating like half at a time, maybe 3/4. But yesterday he ate the whole thing. And I thought that was good progress for him. So he just stopped eating right now because there was a noise outside. I don't know what happened. It sounds like either someone was rustling a garbage can or someone dropped something, but that's what disturbed him. And we're on day number 4 of his recovery. I have to keep track of this because obviously he's on the medication every night. Also because the vet said to make sure he's only eating soft food for at least a week. I think she might have said like 5 days, but we're going to do a week. She said he didn't need to be isolated for so long, but because there's, food out there that he should not be eating, I think it's just better to keep him in here. He has not been bleeding at all. There's been absolutely no blood since he came back from his dental procedure, and there was no blood when I picked him up. So, that's really good. I don't think there's going to be blood, but just to make sure that he's not eating anything he shouldn't be eating. Plus, he loves this room. He loves the attention, and he loves feeling special. And, when he first came inside the house, this was his room for 3 months. And for the first month or 2 of that, he never even left the room. So he loves it in here. It's about 1:30 p.m. And Boo has been laying on the day sofa. Hello, Boo. You're relaxing? He's been relaxing for the past 2 days, which is nice. What's going on? Let's look at your arm. What's your arm looking like? I have turkey. I have turkey deli meat. Boo has not had anything like this in over a week. He's been on super soft foods. You want this? I didn't really cut it into pieces. Is he going to eat it? Will it hurt him? I don't know if it's going to hurt him or not, but it is soft. And he should be able to chew it with his back teeth. His chewing teeth. Because he still has all those. Look at that. Look at that. Good job, Boo. Good job, buddy. Good job. Headbutt. Headbutt, Boo. Boom. Good job. He ate that so good. You ate that so good, Boo. So all of Boo's chewing teeth are healthy. I think he lost maybe 1 or 2 of his back teeth. But all the teeth that he has are healthy and they're nice and clean now. I saw photos of them. They're sparkly white. And yeah, he just ate really good. Good job. Good job. Okay? That's just a little snack. So I'm defrosting some homemade raw food for him. He's going to get the smooth beef. He's still on pretty much smooth food. And then he gets some canned pate, which is a little, a little more substance to it than the smooth homemade food I've been making him. But now he can get some turkey, right? I got it from Trader Joe's. It was their oven roasted turkey breast. So I'll give him a little bit more later. Okay, you go relax, Boo, okay? You relax, you chewed good. You chewed good, I'll give you some more later, okay? Okay, you relax. It's 10:30 p.m. I just gave Boo a snack. And I opened the door and look who flew in. It's Simba. Simba's like, what's going on in here? Simba's looking at the carrier. What are you doing, Simba? Oh, Boo just gave him a dirty look. Come on out, Simba. Come on out. Come on out. Here's Nancy. Go ahead. You can leave. Okay, everyone's fine. Let's shut the door. It's 7:45 a.m. Where you going, Boo? You're staying in here a few more days. You're staying in a few more days, okay? Boo had some playtime this morning, and he had a churro, and he has a visitor. Simba wanted to visit Boo. Isn't that nice? Here's Boo, and here's Simba. And Simba and Boo are buddies, so that's why Simba wanted to say hello to Boo. Simba's very concerned about what's been going on with Boo. Right, Simba? You want to hang out in here with Boo? You could hang out with him in here today, okay? So the reason why I'm keeping Boo in here and not letting him leave the room yet is because I don't want him eating the food from the other cats. Even though I picked up whatever food was left, there are still some crunchies on the floor, and I don't want Boo eating that. I mean, I could pick up the crunchies, but it's just better for him to stay in here, because if he leaves the room and decides that he does not want to come back in the room, then we have definite problems. So it's better for him to just be happy in this room for a few more days, and then, we could go back to normal. It's almost 9 a.m. I just gave Boo his breakfast. He's having some of the smooth chicken, homemade raw cat food, and last night I bought some boneless, skinless chicken thighs. So I'm going to make another batch of the chicken-based smooth cat food for him. And I also need to make some of the supplement mix that I put in the homemade raw food. And I probably only have another day or two of homemade raw food for the other cats. So I definitely need to take a ride to the poultry farm. I don't know if I'm going to do that tomorrow or the next day. I got to figure that out. Here's Simba. He's on top of the cat tower. He's watching Boo eat. I'm not going to feed Simba in this room because I don't want Boo eating Simba's food. And I have to stay here and watch Boo eat because I don't want Simba eating Boo's food. Boo is almost done with his food. He's been eating it really fast. And I've decided that what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a can of the Merrick Rabbit pate, because I think both Simba and Boo like that, and they could both eat that. So when Boo finishes his food, I'll go and I'll put some rabbit pate on his plate in case he wants more food. And then I'll make a plate for Simba, and Simba could have the rabbit pate, and Boo could have it, and they can eat each other's meal if they want to. So I think that's a good compromise. And as far as Simba's raw food that I have defrosted for him this morning, I will keep it in the refrigerator for later, or I could always feed it to Cousin Oliver outside. Boo was licking his plate clean. He loves that food, right, Boo? Okay, I'll get you some more food, Boo. It's about 9:35 a.m., and Boo is eating his second plate of breakfast. So he ate all of the raw food that I gave him. It was smooth beef today because I have to make more chicken later. And now I gave him a little bit of canned food. So the cats are having canned food today. They're having some of the Merrick Rabbit pate, and they're also having a can of Friskies turkey and giblets pate. I just gave it to Boo without any additional water or anything because I wanted to see how he would do with it. Because today is day 6, I have to change his calendar. And last night, before I went to bed, I gave him some of the turkey deli meat, and he had no problem eating that. I just cut it into small pieces for him, and he really enjoyed that. So it looks like he's eating really well. And I think once his mouth heals, he's going to eat better than he ever ate because, if he had loose teeth in the front, that's what made it harder for him to eat. That's why he would eat differently than the other cats. He would always lick his food more versus eating it, if that makes any sense. If you ever watch a cat eat, they could, chew their food or they could just lick it up. And Boo would always lick it up, but I think that's because he had the loose teeth. And now look how fast he just ate this. He's eating a lot faster. So I think overall it's going to be so much better for him. And thankfully he still has all his chewing teeth on the sides, or the majority of them. So I think that's good. Look how good he did. Look how good he did. So that was only a quarter of a can. I gave him an eighth of a can of the Merrick Rabbit and an eighth of the can of the Friskies because he had a really full plate of the homemade raw. Okay, good job, Boo. You could have a snack later if you're still hungry, but I think you're good, right? Do you want more food? You want more? You done? You want some more? You done? You want more? I mean, I'll give him a little bit more if he wants a little bit more. We have to make sure that he has proper nutrition so that he heals good, right, Boo? This is his calendar. Is there a 6 on here? Yeah, there's a 6 on here. There's a 6 on here. So today is 6 days since Boo's dental procedure. This is Boo's 3rd plate of food. I didn't really chop it up much, so let's see how he does. Is he gonna eat it? That's the equivalent of 1/4 of a 5.5 ounce can, and that's half of the Merrick Rabbit and half of the Friskies turkey. And it looks like he's doing good. It looks like he's doing good with it. Notice how he's like eating it. He's not just licking it. He's just like eating it. This is really great progress for Boo. So once he's back with the other cats, it's going to be interesting to see how he does at mealtime, because he's always been the slowest eater. And I always said that was because he had problems with his teeth. And we'll see now how he does, because he doesn't have any more loose teeth. Everything that he has is firmly in place. Boo, we gotta shut your window. We gotta shut your window because it's gonna get cold tonight, okay? How you doing, Boo? You okay? It seems that Boo did not like his dinner. So I believe this is, I think this is the smooth turkey. I thought maybe he'd try it. And then this is some of the, I think it's the rabbit pate with little Friskies. How you doing, Boo? So Boo just ran out of the room. That was like the first time since he's been in the room. And oh my gosh, it's been almost 2 weeks now. If I think back to when he went to the emergency room, so a week ago tomorrow, he had his dental work. And a week prior to that is when he went to the emergency room. So he's been in this room for like 2 weeks. Now, I just gave him some food, and he's eating some of the homemade raw food that has the ground up bones in it. So I just wanted to test and see how he's going to do with that. Because it's not like crunchies. It's not like hard food. So I just wanted to see, you know, would he eat it and would he be in pain? It is beef based, so he does like that. It looks like he's doing okay with it. I did sprinkle some of his favorite Fortiflora on it, the Calming Care. And it is beef based, and he really does enjoy that, so we'll see. It's also cold because I just took it out of the refrigerator, so he seems to be doing pretty good with it. Now, I did make him a batch of smooth chicken homemade raw food today. So he has another 11 meals of that in the freezer, and he still has a few meals of the smooth beef. So he probably has maybe like 14 meals. So that would be like a whole week of meals. But I could start giving him like a little bit of the regular food also. Hopefully he's not going to start bleeding after he eats this. But he's doing a good job chewing it with his You know, his chewing teeth in the back and on the sides. You done? Here's Boo's plate, and I ended up giving him what was left of this food, and I mixed some warm water into it, so he really enjoyed it. This plate was almost full, so good for him. Good job, Boo. Good job, Boo. You did so good. You did so good. I'm going to put your music on so you could relax. It's about 9:20 a.m. and here's Boo. He's doing good. It looks like he relaxed all night, which is very good. I just gave him some food, and he was eating it until I turned the camera on. Then he wanted to come up here. Now he's going to scratch. No. You going to go back to eating your food? You going to go back to eating your food, Boo? There he goes. He just wanted to say hello to you. And so he's eating some of the smooth beef that I had made for him last week or 2 weeks ago. And yesterday I made him a batch of smooth chicken. And I think that'll be good. I don't think I'm going to make any more batches of smooth food, because he ate some of the regular food last night. He had a plate of the regular food that includes the ground bone, and he had no problem eating that. So after we go through this batch that I made yesterday, then he'll be back to eating the same food as the other cats. So Boo ate all of the food that I gave him, and I just gave him some of the food that the other cats are having for breakfast. Eat the food, Boo. And this is their regular homemade raw chicken. This has the ground bones in it, but he ate the beef with the ground bones last night, so he should eat this one also. I just sprinkled a little bit of the Calming Care Fortiflora on it. Maybe he'll eat it. If he doesn't eat it, it's fine. I just figure if he's still hungry, maybe he wants some additional nutrition. And the more nutrition we could get into him, the better to help his mouth heal. So I'll just leave him with this. I'm going to put his music on so he can listen to his relaxing music. And we have to change the day. Is there a 7? Yeah, here's a 7. Today is day 7. So 1 week ago at this time, Boo was already at the vet's office to have his dental procedure. I dropped him off around 8:15 that day. And right now it's a little bit after 10 a.m. So he was already there by himself for over an hour. Boo, you did so good. Boo, a week ago. A week ago, Boo, a week ago you had your dental procedure. And 2 weeks ago today, Boo was bleeding. He was bleeding under my bed. And I was thinking, how am I going to get this cat in a carrier? 2 weeks ago, Boo, you were bleeding from the mouth under my bed. And then 1 week ago, you were at the vet's office to have your dental work. And then look at you today, Boo. You're eating well. You're comfortable in your room. I was just about to leave the room, and Boo was like, where are you going? I did not get my churro. So I was like, okay, let me give you a churro. So I just opened it up, and here's Boo eating his churro. He's been kind of spoiled with all of the churros lately. He likes them a lot better than squeeze-ups, so I've been giving the squeeze-ups to the other cats just to kind of keep things fair, but Boo absolutely loves the churros. It's almost 4 p.m. and here's Simba and Splash, and they're hanging out on these cat towers today. And I have to show you Boo, and I hope he has not moved since I just saw him. So I put Boo in my room today because his room is so hot today. And I don't really want to turn the air on because it's only like 80. It's not really hot enough to turn the air on. But it's been getting cooler at night, so 80 feels comparatively warmer than it did in the summer when it was like 95 out. So I put him in my room, and I put his favorite music on. And I figure he can relax on the bed, he could really stretch out, walk around the room more. And it's just a lot cooler in that room than in his room. I got to show you where he is. You're not going to believe it. Here's Richard, here's Ziggy, there's Nancy, and here's Boo. He heard me talking and he ran out of the room. You want to go back in your room, Boo? Anyway, this is where Boo was. This is a carrier in the corner of the room, and Boo was in the carrier. He was just hanging out in the carrier. I was completely shocked. He wanted to go back in his room. I literally opened the door and I was like, you want to go back in your room? He's like, yep. And he strutted right back into his room. Okay, Boo, you want to relax in here? I'll shut the door, but I'm going to turn the air on, okay? It is about 7:15, and Boo's getting his medicine, and today might be the last day that he gets this medicine. The vet said I could, give it to him for 7 days and then see how he does. And he's been doing really good, so potentially this is the last day for the medicine. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. It is about 10 a.m. and Boo's having his second plate of food. So he had some of the smooth chicken, homemade raw food that I made the other day, and he ate it all. So I just gave him some of the regular food. This is the food that has bones in it. It also has chunky meat in it. So we'll see how he does on it. Last night, he probably only took about half of the gabapentin. He didn't eat like the entire churu that I put it in. Then I mixed his food into it. He only ate like half of the food. And I don't know if someone else finished it or what, but he definitely did not get the full dose. And yesterday I opened the door to the room so he could go anywhere he wanted last night. None of the lucky 7 were upstairs. I made sure they were downstairs because I didn't want any issues with him. And I woke up in the middle of the night and Boo was like laying next to me on the bed. And then this morning I woke up and he was still laying on the bed. So it ends up that at some point he jumped onto my bed and was sleeping there the majority of the night, which is fine. Boo could do whatever he wants. And then this morning I gave him a churu, but he only ate half of it. And I felt like his mouth was bothering him. So he still has some healing to do. It's been, it's only been a week since he had his dental procedure. So I know like when I had my wisdom tooth extracted, it definitely took more than a week to really feel like it was healing. So I am going to continue giving him the gabapentin tonight, see how he does with it, because on like a half dose from yesterday, I definitely noticed a difference. Like he wasn't as comfortable as he has been with regards to his mouth. So that is today's update. It's fine if he doesn't want to eat that. That's just like some extra food because he ate all of his food. Good job, Boo. So today is day 8. I just changed it to 8. What's really weird about these, like, is obviously they're cubes, so they only have 6 sides. So each cube does not go from like 0 to 9. So I'm having to kind of combine them differently, but this is 8. I don't even know if there's a 9 on here. Yeah, I guess the 6 can be reversed as a 9, so that would work. Today is day 8. You're doing very good, Boo. You're doing very good, Boo. Okay, good, good. You're gonna hang out in here today, right? I'll put his music back on. It's 2:30 p.m. Let's check on Boo. There's Boo. He's laying on the day sofa. He's listening to his music. He's very happy and very relaxed. Hello, Boo. It's 9 a.m. and here's Boo. He's eating his breakfast. He's having some of the smooth beef. I believe this is the last portion that I had, so maybe I'll make him some more. But he did eat some of the regular food that the other cats ate last night, and he was fine. I still have not given him any crunchies or anything hard like that, so he was given free roam last night, and he ended up sleeping on my bed. The problem was he woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why, it's always 4 o'clock in the morning, always like the same time. And he was itching and itching and itching. And I was like, does he have a flea? So I grabbed the flea comb and I combed him and he has no fleas. So Revolution, which is what he had, that's the topical flea medicine that he had, that works great. He only had 1 flea like the day after I put that on him. And since then, he has had no fleas at all. Now, of course, he's been isolated by himself for the majority of that time, which helps. But even when I let him out, mingling with the other cats in the other part of the house, he hasn't had any fleas. However, I do have to also say that even the other cats have had very few fleas. Like I only might get like 1 or 2 fleas off of like Simba or Stella or Splash when I comb them. But Boo has had absolutely nothing. It is almost midnight and I'm getting ready to go to bed. Nancy just went downstairs. And I wanted to document the fact that Boo, he had a few crunchies tonight. He didn't have a lot of crunchies. He had I don't know, maybe a teaspoon, maybe half of a teaspoon, like not many at all. And he ate them. He just swallowed them whole. Like he did not even, I did not even hear any crunching. No crunching of the crunchies. Pretty much just swallowed them. The OG4, they basically just got the Friskies. And they also got, there's a little bit of freeze-dried chicken on a few of them. And actually they did get crunchies. So Stella, Splash, Simba, and Nancy all got a spoon of crunchies. They got like a tablespoon of crunchies. And Boo was in his room at that time, so he didn't get it. But then when he came out of his room, then I said, let me give him just a little bit of crunchies to see what's going to happen. And he ate those, but I don't want to like go overboard. He did take his medicine, and I had to give it to him in a churu and then mix in some of the Friskies, and then he ate it. So the cats are happy. So one of the things I did today was I went to a local supermarket and I bought around 3 pounds of beef and I don't know, 2 or 3 pounds of boneless, skinless chicken breasts. So tomorrow for breakfast, I'm either going to make chunky beef for the cats or chunky chicken. And that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll cut up the rest of it and portion it out and then put that in the freezer. So they'll have, I don't know, anywhere between 4 and 6 meals of chunky raw food. Right, Boo? Boo's very happy. He's purring. Today is day 10 of Boo's recovery from his dental procedure. And there's Boo right now. So he is eating chunky beef. This is the first time that he's getting a chunky meal since he had his procedure. He was on completely smooth food for a week. And then over the past few days, I've been testing him out with some of the regular homemade raw food that I make for the cats and a little bit of crunchies. He had a little bit of crunchies about 4 o'clock in the morning because all the cats woke me up. And if I want to get back to sleep, I have to give them a little bit of crunchies. That's how they bribe me. So today I cut up some beef and then I added some organ meat and some ground up chicken necks and supplements, and that's what the cats are having for their breakfast. We'll see if Boo's going to eat it. He's been eating it fine. He does have the majority of his chewing teeth. He just, he's missing many of his front teeth. You okay, Boo? So he ate some of it. Maybe he's going to take a break from it and come back to it. You feeling okay? I am going to also give him some canned food. I'll give him some pate so he could eat that in case this chunky food is just too much too soon. It's about 9:30. And look at this. Boo's eating crunchies with everyone else. I gave him a little bit less than Stella, Splash, and Simba got. They all got a tablespoon. He probably got a little more than half a tablespoon. But this is his first day back to having crunchies with everyone. He's doing pretty good. I've actually heard him crunching on them. And I gave him some of the smooth homemade raw food that I made for him, but he didn't want it. He wanted to eat the chunky food that everyone else got, so he just went back into his room. Maybe he's done. I mean, he ate a good amount of crunchies, so, maybe that's fine for him right now. He's still recovering, so I thought it would be a nice treat for him. It's almost 9 a.m. and look at what's going on here. That's Boo, Simba, and Stella. They're all waiting on my bed because when they get combed in the morning, then they get a few treats. It is 10:22 a.m. I'm in Boo's room with 2 plates of food. Here comes Boo. He doesn't want to be in his room. So this first plate down here has smooth beef. I gave that to him and I shut the door to his room and he was eating that. And then I made food for the other cats, which is the chicken-based homemade raw food. So I gave him some of that also in case he wants to eat that. Today is 2 weeks from his dental procedure. So I just wanted to document that. So we've been through 2 weeks. The vet said that at 2 weeks he should be, quite healed, if not fully healed. Although when I had my wisdom tooth extracted, it took a little more than 2 weeks to be fully healed. So I think he's well on his way to healing. He's definitely more than halfway healed at this point. It took me almost a full month for the gums to fill in the socket where the tooth was and for it to be what I would consider to be completely healed. So that's why I'm still giving Boo a choice with his food. He could have the smooth food, which is, totally ground up, no bones in it, nothing chunky or crunchy, or he could have the other food if he wants it. Now, he's been back on crunchies for the past few days. So when the cats get some crunchies as a snack, he gets them also. He's been eating them no problem at all. So thankfully, he had what seems to be a good recovery, and we are pretty much back to normal. I mean, I'm still going to be a little bit cautious with him and give him a little bit more choices when it comes to his food. But other than that, his routine's back to normal. And the only other thing is I am giving him a little bit more time alone in the room versus mingling with the Lucky 7 during the day. It is 9:15 a.m. and I'm here with Nancy and Boo. And Boo is sitting here in the doorway and Nancy was sitting where she is now, and Nancy was howling at Boo. And so I was going to film what was going on, but as soon as I turn the camera on, Boo always walks toward me. Today is the first day of fall. Hey, Boo. Here's Splash and Simba. Everyone's getting ready for their breakfast. Here's Boo. I flea comb Stella, but I still have to flea comb these guys. Then they can have their breakfast. Here's Nancy. She just showed up. I don't know why she is so drawn to Boo. Much more so than the other cats. She's going to sneak around under here. How you doing, Nancy? Here's Boo. Okay, Boo? All right, you're getting upset about Nancy, I know. Okay. Want to move out? Let's go. Come on. I'll get the comb. The cat's got a new wand toy. It's motorized. I thought they were really going to like it, but I don't know. I specifically got this one for Boo because he loves those dragonfly toys. And this one looks like a hummingbird. But what this really needs, it needs a stand because there's no stand for it. It needs some kind of a stand. And that way you just put it in the stand and the cats would play with it. So it does take a AAA battery. And there's not a whole lot of instructions on how to assemble this or put the battery in. You just kind of have to figure it out. I knew Boo would like it, but it's just kind of awkward. I mean, I guess the nice thing about it is you don't really have to swing it around. You could just hold it and it kind of swings itself around. I do like how it flutters. I knew Boo would like this little bird. I just stuck it in the cat scratcher. I don't think it's going to stay there. but at least it's holding it up. Is Boo gonna play with it or no? Sometimes they don't like it if the motion is like too uniform. He just wants to lay under it. Boo, you don't want to play with it? Boo, you're not gonna play with it? Boo, it's flying around on top of you, Boo. Boo, it's flying around. Boo, get it. Hey, Simba. Hey, Simba. Boo. Boo. Boo is flying around. Get the bird. Get the bird, Boo. Get the bird. You don't want the bird? Here. Now you want it? Now he wants it. Oh, he pulled it right off. Here's Boo. He's in his office. I opened the window for him this morning so he could smell the air. Here's Boo. He's on the cat scratcher. The cats love this cat scratcher, but I hate all of the little pieces of cardboard that go everywhere. I have to vacuum today. Hey, Boo. I put the automatic feeders out last night. Here's the 3 other ones because I want to get the cats kind of used to using these again so that when I set them up when I'm away, no one overindulges and then vomits from them. Like, that's what I'm hoping. I guess Boo slept here last night. This is his favorite spot right now. And he's been spending like his days and his nights in these cat towers. Usually this one, sometimes this one. Look how dirty this is. This has to be brushed out and then put in the wash. How you doing, Boo? Boo goes through phases where he has a favorite spot in the house, and right now this is his favorite spot. It is 8:20 a.m. and I set up the feeders for the cats last night. They got a little bit of breakfast out of the feeders this morning. I'm going to give them some canned food. Then I'm going to fill these up with their dinner, and their meals from tomorrow are pretty much already in the feeders. Here's Stella. She's hanging out in a cat tower. Here's Splash. Here's Simba. And here's Boo. They each have a window seat this morning. They're all very happy. and I need to finish getting ready for my day so I can get out of here sooner rather than later. Okay, see you tomorrow, Boo. Do your job, okay? It's 11:15 a.m. Here's Boo. It's a dark and rainy day today, and these are the automatic feeders that the cats have been eating out of for the past 2 days. I got back very late last night, around midnight. Here's Stella, the OG4, just got flea comb this morning. I did not find any fleas on anybody. And here's Nancy. She came upstairs maybe like 10 minutes ago, and she just ambushed Boo in the living room. So Nancy was the last one up here that I was flea combing, and as soon as I was done flea combing her, she ran from the hallway into the living room. Boo was standing on the cat scratcher in the living room. She ran right up to Boo and made like scary cat noises, which is that thing she does. She didn't touch Boo. What she does is she runs up to him and then stops short, like she's gonna scare him. But Boo is not having any of it, and he just got in a very fierce pose and hissed really nasty at her. And then she backed away. And that's what's going on. And here's Boo on one of the cat towers. He was so not happy that day. Like when I had to take the dirty cover off of the top of the cat tower, he was like, no, you're not taking it. He actually smacked me. And I was like, don't worry, Boo. You're going to have the new ones. You're going to like them better. And it ends up that he really enjoyed the new ones. So he was fine after he got over the change. Last night when I was editing season 8, episode 22, I realized that some of the video footage had no audio attached to it. There was no sound whatsoever. I also found out that all of the video footage that I took over the past 2 weeks has no audio, no sound at all. I don't know what happened, but it seems that it was some kind of strange setting on the camera. I did not change the settings on the camera, so I don't know how it happened. But what it means is that I have 150 video files from the past 2 weeks that have no audio. So what I'm going to do is try to narrate some of the footage. It's not going to be anything like actually having the real audio from when it was recorded. But when I post these videos, I really post them for myself to have like a documentation of what's been going on with the cats and my day-to-day life with the cats. So that is what I'm going to try to do. I'm sure with some of the footage, I'm not going to have any idea what it was. So let's give this a go. It was 8:45 a.m. and this is the stretch cord that is used on those spider toys. The spiders on a string on a wand that the cats love so much. This is the stretch cord that is used on it, and this can be purchased at any hobby shop. And I decided that I was going to use it on one of the other cat toys and hang it on the palm tree. And this is the toy that I used it on. It is this little Halloween guy, and I just made a hole in the stem, and then I knotted the stretch cord around the hole. And then I hung it onto the top of the palm tree. Here's Boo. He was watching it from across the room. He's like, what is that? And if you look at his arm, you can see that his fur is growing in nicely where it was shaved off for his dental procedure. So it's nice to see his fur growing back in. Then I thought I'd see if he wanted to play with the spider toy for a little while. Sometimes he's in the mood to play with that toy, but sometimes he's not in the mood to play with that toy, and he wasn't really much in the mood to play with it that day. It's 11:20 a.m. and here's Boo. He's hanging out in one of his favorite cat towers, taking a bit of a bath. You're looking very handsome today, Boo. He says he knows it. His fur is looking a bit reddish. I don't know if that's because I was wearing a red top that day, which tends to reflect on him, or just the way the light was hitting his fur. But he was in a very good mood that day. He loves the new cat tower covers that Sharon made for the cats because they are so soft and warm and comfortable. And of course, Boo loves getting pets. And I don't know what I was talking about that day, so we could just look at Boo and kind of admire how handsome he is right now. It is now almost 3 p.m. Boo is still laying in the same cat tower. He just loves it there so much, but he's stretching out a bit more. He's just so happy to be laying by an open window. So comfortable. Right, Boo? Boo says right, and look how shiny he is. Boo is so shiny. It's 12:30 p.m. and look at what's going on here. So I just happened to walk into the room. I was looking for a pair of scissors on the table and I saw this and I was like, what is going on? So on the left, that is Boo. And on the right, that's Richard. Richard is in a cat tower next to Boo. And what I found amazing is that there was no hissing, there was no growling, there was no fighting. They were just getting along, which was great. This starts at 9:13 a.m. and there's Boo. He's hanging out on the play rug with a spider toy. Good morning, Boo. Boo got a lot of pets this morning. Boo is looking very handsome this morning. We had some playtime before breakfast. And the fur on his arm is growing in nicely. It is 12:30 p.m. and here's Boo. He's hanging out in his favorite cat tower. Sometimes I think he's like part monkey, the way he likes to hang around and stuff like that. He also has a really long tail. Grandma and Grandpa kept looking at him saying, his tail is so long. He has the longest tail of all of the cats. It is 10:35 a.m. and look at what's going on here. That is Boo on the left and that is Nancy on the right. And for some reason, Nancy wanted to eat breakfast with the older cats. So I gave her some food and I gave her some crunchies because all Nancy wants to eat is crunchies. And it's just a really simple thing for me to give her to get her to shut up because she is so vocal all of the time. She's very demanding when it comes to her vocalness. And there goes Richard. He wanted to come upstairs. He was meowing by the door. There's Boo. He doesn't like being disturbed when he's eating. But back to Nancy. If you remember when Hydrox used to meow, she used to be very demanding sounding when she meowed. Nancy is that times 10. Sammy likes to talk and she'll meow all day. But when Nancy meows, it's just like so demanding and it just gets really tiring after a while. So the easiest way to shut her up is to just give her some crunchies. It is 8:15 a.m. and there's Splash, there's Stella, there's Simba, and there's Boo. And those are leftover crunchy plates from last night. And Boo's getting some pets. Boo jumped on the bed because I need to flea comb the cats. They still get flea combed at least once a day, if not twice a day. And then look what I found here. This is Boo on the left and Nancy on the right. And they were watching squirrels together. And there was no hissing, no growling, nothing like that. They seemed to be getting along. So I was pleasantly surprised with that. Splash loves laying with Stella. And there goes Boo. Boo jumped on the bed. He's like, what's going on here? Then he's like, okay, I don't want to be a part of this. It was 8 a.m. and here's Boo in this cat tower. The cats were still very sleepy that morning, but Boo looked very comfortable and he also looked very happy. He didn't want to get out of bed. He just wanted to kind of roll around in it. And I don't know what I was talking about when I was filming this. That's a problem that I'm having with these silent videos. A lot of times I don't know what I was talking about. And so a lot of times I'm just trashing that footage, but Boo looked really cute in this footage, so I thought I'd share it. He was very happy that morning. He loves hanging out in that cat tower. That's where he's been sleeping, and that's where he slept that night. He goes through phases with where he likes to sleep at night, and lately he's been spending a lot of nights in this cat tower or the cat tower next to it. He just really enjoys it. And then we had some playtime with the spider toy. Boo loves the spider toy.
1, 2, 3. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. Get it, get it, get it, get it, go, 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 get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, go, 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 get it. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. Get it, go, 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 get it. Get it, go, 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 get it. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. Get it, go, 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 get it. Get it, go, 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 get it. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. It's jumping spider jump, 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 a jumping spider jump. Get it, go, 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 get it. Get it, go, 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 get it.
And here's Boo. Boo is hanging out in his room today. How you doing, Boo? So the weather is absolutely beautiful. It's been really cold at night, but during the day, we've been really lucky with sunny and warm weather. There goes Boo. Want some pets, Boo? Sometimes Boo likes to spend time in his room away from the other cats. Let's give Boo some pets. It's 9:45 a.m. Here's Boo. Good morning, Boo. Good morning, Boo. Here's Simba, he's sleeping in a cat tower. And here's Stella, she doesn't want to get up yet either. Here's Boo, he's looking at Nancy like, what is going on? What is going on here? Why is she in my room? How you doing, Boo? You all right, buddy? The cats are waiting for breakfast, so that's what's going on. Boo's like, enough of this. Enough attention for Nancy. Give me attention and then give me breakfast. Okay, Boo. All right, Boo, let's go and eat breakfast. Nancy, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay here or are you going to join us for breakfast? She said she's going to stay here and look out the window. Here's Boo, and look at this. Boo's in his room with Nancy. Hey, Nancy and Boo, are they getting along? What are they doing? It is 8:10 a.m. It is 66 degrees in the house. Much cooler than I would like it to be. So once I get dressed and get ready for my diet, then I'm going to turn the furnace on. But it hasn't been turned on since like last winter. So I have to make sure that like I go down and check on it. So I'm just going to wait a little while longer. And here's Boo, and I'm wondering if maybe some of the reason why Boo's been just so like super relaxed over the past 24 hours is because I've had that music playing downstairs, because my bedroom is like directly above where the music was playing. And I know that music has a very sedating effect on Boo. And I feel like maybe that's what was going on with him, because I remember thinking when I went to bed last night, oh, I could kind of hear the music from downstairs. Not very strong, just like really light, but I do kind of have like bionic ears. So if I could hear it, chances are really, really good that Boo could hear it also. So I just shut it off and we're going to see what happens. Maybe Boo doesn't feel well. Maybe he has a hairball. Simba had a hairball yesterday and now Simba's feeling a lot better. So maybe Boo has a hairball. I want to go out later and pick up some canned salmon that comes with like a lot of juice. I usually get the Petco brand. I think it's Wholehearted, something like that, because usually if the cats have a hairball and I give that to them, then it helps them pass the hairball. So I might do that. Maybe Boo has constipation or a hairball. I don't know, but he hasn't really been his normal self over the past 24 hours or so. Yesterday, like I noticed it for the first time, and then, you know, he slept fine through the night, but then this morning, like he doesn't want to play and he just seems like he's just not his best self today. So we'll see what happens. I shut the music off and maybe that had an effect on him, and I'll go get him some fatty fish. So if he has a hairball, it'll help move things around. It's almost 5 p.m. and I just got home, and look what I bought for Boo. I bought him some cat grass. You want some cat grass, Boo? I went to Petco and I got some canned food that the cats are going to have for dinner. They're all going to have it, not just Boo. I got some extra ones for Boo. You want to eat your cat grass? And then when I was online to check out, I saw that they had some fresh cat grass. So the fresh ones have like pointy tips and the not so fresh ones have flat tips. That's how you know the fresh ones from the not so fresh ones. And so they had fresh ones and I said, okay, I'm going to buy it for Boo. Maybe he'll like it. I think he has a hairball problem because he has vomited over the past several days, but it hasn't been like he's not vomited up food and he has not vomited up a hairball. It's just been some fur. So I'm thinking he's trying to get a hairball up, but he hasn't been able to do it. Here you go. You don't want that? He wants it, but he doesn't want it. You don't want it? You want me to cut a few pieces for you and hold them? Here. Here you go. Here. He likes it when I feed it to him. See? Okay. I figure if he could eat some grass and then it could help get a hairball up, he might feel better. Hey, you want another piece? No, you don't want that piece. You want this piece? That piece? Here. Let me cut another piece for you, Boo. Here you go. Here you go. You can finish it. Here. Here you go. He only likes the big leafy green pieces. He's like, I don't want that other stuff. Did you eat it or did it fall? Did it fall? Okay, you want this piece? Here you go. I don't want to give him too many. Here you go. Want it? Here you go. You don't want it? You're done. You had a few. You had 3, you're done. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Boo. I need to do my cat chores right now. So I gave everyone fresh water this morning. Here you go. Okay, you don't want it? Do you want it or no? You want this or no? No, you don't want it. Here, eat it now. You don't want it? You want me to leave this here? Because it's going to get knocked over. You want me to put it on the ground? Here. I'm going to put it here on the ground. Okay? It's on the ground, Boo. If you want it, you got to get it down there. Because if I leave it up here, it's going to be on the ground anyway, okay? All right? I'm going to push you back toward the window. You want this piece or no? Do you want this piece or no? Here. Here. All right. I'll leave it there in case you want it. It's about 7:15 p.m. and the OG4 are having their dinner or part of it. This is what I picked up at Petco today. This is the wholehearted, grain-free salmon recipe in gravy, masterfully minced. And there's Boo. He's on a kitchen chair and he's eating it too. And he's the reason why I purchased this food, because in the past, when someone has had a hairball issue, if I get a salmon-based food that has a lot of gravy, it usually helps to move the hairball along because salmon is a fatty fish. I opened up a can of the wholehearted salmon and tuna recipe, mouth-watering morsels, and Boo does not want to eat it. And here's Boo, and Boo just had a churro, and he just had a piece of cat grass. He's looking at the empty churro in my hand. And I opened the window for him so he could get some air. I'm probably going to give him another churro. I have to see how he's feeling today. Like yesterday, he was out of sorts. Like he was not himself at all. But today he had a churro, he had a piece of cat grass, he had a really good night's sleep. So we'll see how he does today. So I think Boo is feeling a little bit better today because he's actually wanting to play with the spider, which is good. Because yesterday he did not want to play with the spider. He's like, don't bother me, I don't want to play. So I think I need to make sure he's getting a lot of liquids in his food, and maybe I'm going to give him some more of that salmon food. Okay, all right. I'm still getting ready for my day, so I just wanted to play with him for a few minutes just to kind of gauge where he's at. But he seems to be, right now, so far today, he seems to be in better spirits than he was yesterday. So that's a good sign, right, Boo? It's 9:45 a.m. and we're having a little bit of playtime here, and Boo is joining the other cats today. So I think he's definitely feeling a little bit better than yesterday. And Simba's trying to eat the string. Don't eat the string, Simba. Don't eat that. Don't eat the string. Watch Stella. Stella's like, don't come near me, ugly bug. Look at Stella's face. She's like, she does not like bugs. Okay, Boo just tried to smack Simba, so I know he's feeling a little bit better. Hey, Boo. Boo did not want to eat his homemade breakfast today, so we're trying this. This is Wellness Complete Health salmon entree in gravy. And I just bought a little can of it because I did not know if he would like it or not. If he's in the mood to eat this kind of food versus homemade food, I'll definitely continue to give it to him. And if he doesn't like this one or doesn't finish it, he might just be like licking up the gravy. I have some of the other minced salmon from Wholehearted that he could eat also. So it ends up that Boo did not like that wellness food as much as I thought he did at first. At first he liked it because he was licking up all the gravy, but then he did not eat anything other than the gravy. So I gave him some of the Wholehearted food, and look what he did. He just licked up all the gravy. Boo, you want me to give you more gravy? Sometimes I just add more warm water to it. It is 4 p.m. and Boo just had part of a churro, and he had some of this Wholehearted minced salmon. He wants to eat in these cat towers. I don't know why. It's going to make a mess of everything. I should put something underneath it. So this is what Boo is having for the majority of his dinner. This is some Gerber turkey baby food. And he finished basically a whole jar of it, and he's eating part of another jar. He split some of it with Stella. So they tried the Wholehearted minced ocean fish, and they didn't really like it. Nobody wanted to eat it. And then I tried the sliced salmon from Wellness, and Boo did not like that. I mean, he licked the gravy, but that was it. And then I said, okay, you want some baby food? Because I bought some baby food at the supermarket today, thinking if Boo has an upset stomach, he might like that. And he really went for it. He ate quite a bit of it. He just walked away now. You can see there's a bunch of plates on the floor with a bunch of uneaten food. One other thing I don't know is like if Boo is pooping and peeing, because I haven't seen him in a litter box, but he's not in his room. Like if he was alone in his room, then I could really tell, you know, what he's doing in the litter box. But I haven't seen him in a litter box, so hopefully he's pooping and peeing okay. I'm kind of tempted to just put him in this room and shut the door for like 24 hours or so just to kind of get an idea. You know, is he pooping and peeing okay? Because that one time when Stella had a hairball, she was constipated at the same time. And then I had to give her the Laxatone. And then she ended up throwing up and having diarrhea. But she felt better after that. It's 11:55 p.m. and I'm in Boo's room. And I wanted to put him in his room tonight so I could see if he's using the litter box. Like I want to see if he's peeing, if he's pooping, like what is he doing? So I got some clean blankets from downstairs and I put them on the day sofa because I figure, oh, I'm going to sleep in here with Boo and just see what's going on with him. So I picked him up off of the cat tower where he was and I brought him in here. I should also say that just a little while ago, he had some more baby food. So he had some of the Gerber turkey baby food. He probably had maybe like another 2/3 of a jar of that. I'm just trying to get a lot of liquid foods into him in case he is like constipated. So what happened was, oh, maybe he wants a churro. There's a whole thing of churros up there. Well, right now, he's acting more normal again, but let me tell you why. So I'm getting ready for bed, and I was like, okay, I'm going to come in this room, and I'm just going to sleep on the day sofa with Boo. And Boo was here. He was sleeping in there. So I lay down, and I'm trying to get comfortable, and it was dark in this room. I didn't have the lights on. Within a minute, like I couldn't even like lay down. Before I even laid down, Boo got off the day sofa and he went into the litter box. And I was like trying to listen to see what he was doing. And it sounded like he peed and it sounded like he took a poop. So I'm like, okay, that's good. So I waited until he got out of the litter box and then I scooped it. And sure enough, he took a normal pee, like normal size. And he also pooped. Maybe he was a little bit constipated with the poop. It wasn't like his normal poop, but he did pee and poop, so I know he's not blocked. I know he's not dealing with like any kind of urinary blockage or something, so that's good. And if he was constipated, at least things are moving again. He could potentially still have a hairball. That's why I'm trying to feed him like fish-based food, like oily fish-based food like salmon and stuff. Maybe that'll help move things through him. But right now I'm just really happy. I mean, perfect timing for him to use the litter boxes. But I'm just thinking, like, if I didn't pick him up and put him in here, would he have used the litter box? Like, I don't know. So it's almost 9 a.m. I slept in Boo's room last night, and I ended up sleeping later this morning than I wanted to. So here's Boo. He had a churro in his room. He only ate half of it, and then he turned away from it, and he like turned away from me, and I was like, okay, something's wrong. This is not Boo's normal behavior. I let him relax for a little bit, then he eventually ate the rest of it, but I was like, he's definitely not himself. So I went to the kitchen to put some baby food together for him. I wanted to put some oil in it, some salmon oil, because, you know, if he has a hairball, we still need to move it through him. Is he going to use the litter? I'm still keeping an eye on what he's doing as far as litter box usage goes, and his favorite music for cats is playing right now. But let me show you what happened. Good morning, Stella. So these are the crunchy cups from last night. The cats had crunchies last night. And this morning, I gave Boo some chicken baby food, and I mixed in a little bit of salmon oil, and he didn't want to eat it at first. And then I got some Temptations, and I put a few Temptations in there. And then he ate it because he was eating the Temptations, so he was licking up all the baby food around them. All the cats got a few Temptations. And here's Boo. He's hanging out by the window, so that's a good sign. It's not like he's been hiding or anything. He hasn't been hiding. I just don't think he's feeling well. I don't know if he's in pain or not. So he's definitely under observation. He just hasn't been his normal happy-go-lucky self. But he did use the litter, so I'm going to scoop him now, and we're going to see what's going on. Okay, he's peeing fine, considering how many churros and how much baby food he had, like over the past 12 hours or so. I know he's peeing okay. I still think maybe it's some kind of like hairball issue, maybe. I mean, I don't understand what else it could be, because he was just at the emergency room a few weeks ago. He just went to the dental vet a few weeks ago. Everything was fine. All the tests were fine. So I don't know what could happen, like, all of a sudden. Unless he has like a version of like a cat flu or something, but he's not sneezing, he's not coughing, he doesn't have any discharge like out of his eyes or anything, and I don't know. So last night when I went to sleep in here, he was itching, and I was like, what, do you have a flea? So I combed him a lot, and I was actually able to get 2 fleas off of him. I just gave Boo more of the chicken baby food with some more Temptations put on it. There's like 4 Temptations, so it's not a lot. I also mixed in more of the salmon oil. So if he eats all of this, he'll probably have had a full teaspoon of salmon oil between the plate that he just ate and this plate also, which could be good, because if a cat has a hairball problem, the additional oil will help kind of move it along or even help them cough it up. I wish he would eat some of the cat grass like Simba ate. That's really why I bought it, because I thought, well, if Boo ate the cat grass, then it'll help him maybe dislodge the hairball and cough it up, if that's what it is. But I don't know what else it could be at this point. He's eating fine, like what I give him. He has an appetite. Last night he doesn't want to eat regular crunchies, but he's eating Temptation, so I have to see if I have Temptations downstairs. And if I do, great. If not, maybe I'll have to go buy some today. So even though I'm not a fan of these Temptations cat treats because of the ingredients, they are good to have on hand. Like, they are something I always try to keep in the house in case a cat feels ill or gets sick for whatever reason, because they do like to eat these even when they're very sick. Like, a few years ago, when all of the cats in the house got sick at the same time, they all had vomiting and diarrhea at the same time. And then they weren't eating, they weren't feeling good. This was one of the only things that they wanted to eat, other than like churros or squeeze-ups. So those three things I always try to keep in the house: churros, squeeze-ups, and some Temptations. I just put 3 more Temptations on his plate. To me, Boo looks a little bit better today. Like, his eyes look brighter. Yesterday, his eyes looked almost like he was in pain. So I'm going to keep him in this room today if I can, with the music on. Let's see if he'll stay in here. I think it'll just be a nice little retreat for him. But if he doesn't want to stay in here, you know, he can leave also. He's not forced to stay in here. I just gave him a good back massage, but when I try to like put my hands on his side, on either side, he doesn't like it. I don't know if he thinks I'm going to pick him up or he's uncomfortable there. Maybe he has some pain there. If a cat has like a hairball lodged, I don't know where exactly it would be, but I don't know. We're still trying to figure this thing out. If he continues to not feel well, I could take him to the vet, but today's Friday. I would not be able to get an appointment today. I wouldn't be able to get him to the vet until like Monday or Tuesday, so that's like 3 days from now. And if I took him to an emergency vet, like, they're going to check all his vitals, and then they would probably want to do like a blood test. He just had a blood test not too long ago, so I think if he had more symptoms than he has right now, then I would definitely take him. Like, if he was completely lethargic, if he was just laying around, if he wasn't moving around, if he wasn't eating, then that would be an issue. Now, I have not seen him drinking water. So what I'm going to do today is make sure I clean out all the water bowls, put fresh water in. I just did that. I give them fresh water every day, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll put another new water bowl in here so there's an extra water bowl. But he's been getting so much liquid in everything that I've been giving him. That's why I've been giving him these really liquidy foods. So, I mean, it's good he's cleaning himself. It's good he's walking around the house. For breakfast today, the cats are having this Merrick Perfect Bistro Rabbit recipe pate. They usually get this once a week, so this is what they're getting for breakfast today. There's Boo. He's eating his food. I did put a little bit of the Calming Care Fortiflora on everyone's food. I also put some of this cat grass in their food. So what I did was I took a pair of scissors and I just cut off very, very tiny pieces of it. I kind of like minced it up and put it on top of their food so they could eat it that way. I used to do that years ago and I haven't done it. But I'm doing it again because I was reading an encyclopedia of natural pet health and they mentioned doing that to help move a hairball along. So if Boo has a hairball, then hopefully that'll help move it along. Boo did not eat much of his food. I'm going to mix some water into it. Maybe he'll eat it. Now it's much more liquidy, which he seems to like, but he still doesn't want it. So I'm going to have to put more of the Fortiflora on it. Now he's licking up some of the gravy that I just made with the water. If I had more of the Temptations, I could put some of those in the food and maybe he would eat it the same way he ate the baby food this morning. I have to go downstairs and see what I have in my cabinets down there. I just found these downstairs. These are Shameless Pets Yam Good Salmon and sweet potato flavor, crunchy cat treats. I don't know if he will like these as much. Boo went back into his room and I just put some of the treats on his food. These are star-shaped treats. They're quite big as far as cat treats go. Hopefully he'll like them, but do you see he's eating the food around it? mean, Boo did eat a good amount of food this morning, considering he ate about a whole jar of baby food, or almost a whole jar of baby food, but okay, so he still has all of his chewing teeth, which makes it easy for him to crunch these. And these are big enough that he can crunch them. With the smaller cat treats, a lot of times he just swallows them whole, but these are much bigger. Hopefully he'll like them. Because, you know, sometimes cats will eat something once and then they're like, yeah, I don't really like it. I'm not going to eat it again. I just came in here to check on Boo. He's been hanging out by the open window this morning. Maybe he's been watching Cousin Oliver also. He likes to keep track of what's going on in the yard. Oh yeah. He ate more of those treats. And right now he seems to be in good spirits, but I think I'm going to just keep him here in his room today. The music is on. His favorite music is on. And when I walked in the room, I think he was heading over here to lay down here. I could be wrong, but he came back here to the window. It is 7:23 p.m. and this is where Boo wants to eat his dinner. He's eating on this chair. This is his favorite chair right now. Today for dinner, their cats are having homemade chunky chicken and chunky beef. Boo, why aren't you eating your food? You don't want it? So one of the things that I did this afternoon was I stopped off at a local pet supply store and I bought a bunch of tiki cat, like salmon and sardines and stuff like that, because he really enjoyed the salmon from Petco the other day, and I still have a little bit more of that, but he's also been eating the baby food. I don't know, like I feel like something is going on with his stomach where he's just not wanting to eat things he usually loves. So I made the chunky food today because he usually loves this. This is usually like his favorite out of all the homemade food. He loves the chunky food, so the fact that he's not eating it is not good. I should also mention that all of the cats got a few of these on their food. These are the Yam Good Salmon Crunchy Cat Treats. And Boo ate those. He ate these off the top of his food, but he doesn't want to eat his food. I just put part of a chicken churro on his food, and I give him 3 of those treats. So now he's digging the treats out of his food. He wants to eat the treats. Maybe he's going to lick up the churro also. We'll see how he does. So tomorrow I'm supposed to be out of the house pretty much all day. I need to leave here by around 9 a.m. and I'm probably going to get back hopefully in time for dinner. Maybe I'll get back like 7, 8, 9 p.m. I don't know. I really would like to not get home any later than 9 p.m. I need to figure out what I'm going to do as far as feeders for the cats. I'm thinking I'm just going to give them all like crunchies for breakfast. That's a quick breakfast to give them, and maybe set up a feeder with their dinner so I could use the small feeders, the 24-hour feeders. And then for downstairs, I'll just set up their automatic feeder down there. I'm kind of basing all of that on how Boo does tonight and how he does tomorrow morning. I just gave Boo some of the Tiki Cat sardines in lobster consomme because I know he really likes shrimp and lobster. So I added a little bit more warm water to the can when I opened it. And I mixed everything up really good, kind of cut up the chunks of sardines. And he's eating this. He seems to like this. So we'll see how much of that he eats. So Boo's been kind of going back and forth with the plates now. He's eating some of the sardines and then he's going back with the other plate. It is 8:45 a.m. and here's Boo. He's getting a little bit of a belly rub this morning. Maybe it'll make him feel better. And he slept in his room last night like a good boy. And then the automatic feeder went off almost at 7 o'clock. So then he got out of bed and he ate the treat side of the feeder and he left some of the dry food, which is fine. If he doesn't want to eat it, he doesn't have to eat it. All the other cats got dry food out of their feeders. And then when I got up, I added a little bit more dry food if they wanted. And Boo then had a churro, which he ate. And he also had the majority of a jar of baby food. And I gave him a multivitamin, the new cat multivitamin. I crushed it up in the baby food. He ate it, no problem. So he had a multivitamin. And then he had a few treats. I gave him some Temptations. He ate those. So he probably had about 100 calories or a little bit more for breakfast. I did give him some of the Tiki Cat sardines. Today we tried the ones, I think it's sardines and mackerel in calamari consomme or something. He didn't like it as much as the one in the lobster. He's still like not himself. He doesn't have the energy levels he normally has. He's not in the good mood he's normally in. Like, he's laying around more. But he is like moving around the house. Like, he wants to be here. He's not just like laying in his bed. He's not hiding. So, it's good. It's good he has an appetite even though he's not eating the foods he normally loves. So we're going to see. We're going to see how he does today. I have to leave. I'm trying to get out of here sooner rather than later. And I hope to be home this evening. And Boo should be fine today. He'll just be relaxing all day. Maybe he'll get some really good sleep because the house should be pretty quiet. And I'm going to leave the relaxing music for cats on upstairs and downstairs. So maybe that'll help him. And then I was also looking up other natural remedies for cats with hairballs. The problem is, like, if he has a bunch of matted hair stuck in like his stomach or wherever it gets stuck, then it's a question of like, how do we break that down and either get it to a point where he could vomit it up or pass it through. But right now he seems pretty happy. He seems pretty content. He's enjoying some pets this morning. And I've been having a bit of a challenge keeping Nancy downstairs, but I told her, I'm like, you guys have to stay downstairs today. You can't come up. Okay, you relax today. See, I think he's letting me touch his stomach area, which is a good sign because the other day, like, he didn't want me to touch his sides or his stomach. But I don't know. If this situation persists for a few more days, I'm probably going to make an appointment with the vet for him to have him checked out. Like, I don't know what the vet's going to find, but just in case. Hopefully we'll be able to get through this. Because, cats are like humans in the fact that sometimes they just don't feel well. And, maybe he's having just a little tummy trouble or something. So we're going to see. So the feeders are set up to dispense dry food and treats at 7 p.m. Hopefully I'll be home around that time or a little bit later. It is 9:45 a.m. There's Stella in the scratcher box, and here's Boo, and Boo's starting to feel better today. He's acting more like his normal self again. Stella slept on the bed with me. I didn't get to bed until 2 o'clock in the morning. I got home late last night. Thankfully, nobody vomited, which was very, very good. And I gave Boo some baby food, which he ate, and I put one of the supplements in there. I think it was the immune supplement for him. And I also gave him some canned food to choose from. He ate a little bit of it, and then all the cats got a few treats. Then I wanted to sleep in this morning, so I did. Like, right now, it's a little bit past 9:30. So what happened was, all of a sudden, a cat jumped on my bed this morning, and I said, "Who's that?" And I look, and it was Boo. And I was like, okay, let's see what he does. And normally, he would walk on top of me and then, like, settle down on the bed, and that's what he did. And I was like, okay, well, maybe he's starting to feel better. So I grabbed the flea comb because he started to itch. I did get a flea off of him. And I got 2 fleas off of Stella. So then Boo jumped off the bed. Then he was on the cat tower in the dining room where he likes to be, but he wasn't sleeping in it. Like, he wasn't laying down in it. He was sitting up in it. So I was like, okay, well, that's a good sign because he's just been, like, laying down recently. And then I said, let me see what happens if I go over and pet him. And then he got up and he was rubbing on things and walking around, and that's what he's been doing since. So, like, he's more of himself today than he's been in quite a few days. So I don't know. Maybe if he did have, like, hairball discomfort. Maybe that is past. I also bought some apple cider vinegar yesterday, and I put a little bit of that into his food because that can help move things along. By putting a little extra acid in his food, if he needs a little extra help with digesting or breaking down something that might be in his stomach area, like a hairball, for example, it could help. Also, I, made sure that he was also getting more of the fatty, fishy food yesterday. So we'll see. I want to look at the security camera footage and see who ate the food that was left on these plates. I don't know if it was Simba or Boo or what, but I am definitely noticing a huge difference in Boo just by the fact that he's sitting here on the scratch and roll and wants pets. He seems to be in a much better mood today and much more like his normal self. So yesterday I also bought some boneless, skinless chicken breasts, and I was going to try to see if he likes those. So if I give him his breakfast, like his raw food, and he doesn't want to eat it again, I might try giving him a few pieces of the raw chicken and see how he does with that. But maybe it did help that he got his multivitamin yesterday morning, and then he got the standard process immune formula at night. Maybe that helped him also, gave him a boost of extra nutrition, maybe some extra nutrients to help make his body nice and strong and his immune system strong. And it's always nice when Boo feels good. Right, Boo? Right, Boo? He's much happier. You're much happier again. You're a happy boy again. I just checked the video footage, and last night Simba ate that one, and then early in the morning Splash ate that one. It is 10:20 a.m. and here's Boo, and this is another way that I know he's feeling better. So I just opened his window for him, and you see he's like sitting up. He's alert right now. He looks happy, but over the past few days he was just like laying here and he just wanted to sleep, and that would be it. So he wouldn't be up like this. So that's how I know he's starting to feel better. Do I think he's 100% better and back to himself? No, but I definitely think if we continue in this direction where he continues to feel better, then he will be soon. Also, I should mention that yesterday when I was away, I had a camera pointed at Boo right here in this cat tower. And he spent the entire day in this cat tower, and about every 90 minutes, he would get up, he would stretch, and then he would, curl himself up and go back to sleep. So he got a really, really good day of rest. And then when the automatic feeders went off around 7 p.m., he got up, he jumped out of the cat tower, and he went over to the feeders. I don't know how much he ate. That's why when I got home, I wanted to make sure that I gave him food, because, he hasn't been eating crunchies that much recently. He's been eating treats, but not the crunchies so much. That's another reason why I did leave some treats in the feeder in case he wanted them. And so I think a combination of getting a really, really good day of rest, and then also maybe finally all of the oily food is helping to, heal, or is helping any stomach issue that he may have had. Maybe the apple cider vinegar helped a little bit in his food. I don't know. It could be a combination. Don't know at this point. Could be the multivitamin and the immune tablet that helped him. But I just want to mention all of these things because I know cats can be tricky when it comes to them not feeling well. Sometimes they'll try to hide it, and sometimes it's really hard to diagnose. Sometimes, I know in the past, like with like Stella or Simba, maybe they weren't feeling well, and I was like, okay, let me take them to a vet, and the vet's like, no, they seem to be fine, and they don't really know either. That's usually when you'll hear the word idiopathic. When you hear a vet say idiopathic, it means they don't know what's causing it. And often they'll say, well, maybe it's some gastritis, which is like inflammation of the stomach, and they'll say like, oh, give them some Pepsid AC or something like that, but a lot of times they just don't know either. So instead of inflicting another very stressful trip to the vet on Boo, I'm really hoping that we could get through this at home. If he wasn't eating and if he was just super lethargic and not himself, and if he was hiding, then definitely I would take him to the vet. But look, he seems happy again. Today it's supposed to be 77 degrees and absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to open all the windows, get fresh air in the house. All the windows were shut yesterday when I was away. We're almost at the very end of October, And to have beautiful sunny 77-degree weather. Tomorrow's supposed to be 80. The next day is supposed to be around 80. I really just want to enjoy this weather. What I want to do tomorrow is take all the litter boxes outside and really scrub them, because again, any really nice day that we have between now and spring, I have to take advantage of that and do whatever I need to do outside. Right, Boo? Right, Boo? Are you feeling better? Are you feeling better, Boo? Okay, let me go get ready for my day. Then you guys are all going to have breakfast, and that'll be a good test to see if Boo's going to eat his regular food, or do I have to continue giving him special food. It's about 11:15 a.m. and the cats just had their breakfast. So Boo ate a little tiny bit of his regular meal, like the homemade raw food, but I had to put a few temptations on it for him to kind of eat around the temptations. So then I opened up a can of the Tiki Cat salmon. I gave this to him just to see how he does with it, and I did have to put some temptations on top of it to entice him to want to eat it. So we'll see how this goes. If he doesn't eat this, then maybe I'll just give him some baby food, because he's been really happy with the baby food. Maybe mix in a multivitamin to the baby food like I did yesterday. I just want to make sure that Boo is getting some nutrition, and we're going to see how that goes. It is almost 12 p.m. It is a beautiful sunny day. Here's Simba laying on top of the cat tower, and there's Boo eating the rest of his breakfast. So he took a few nibbles of the salmon that I gave him. But then I was like, I'm just going to give him the baby food with the multivitamin again. So he had that. That was half of a jar of turkey baby food with the multivitamin mixed in. And he ate all that. So I give him the other half of the jar, and I put some temptations on top. So if he eats this, great. If not, he'll have more food later. I just want to make sure he has some choices so that if there's something he feels like eating, he can eat it. And because Boo is FIV positive, I do give him some extra attention with regards to health issues, especially because he recently had the tooth extractions. Sometimes he does need a lot more attention than the other cats do, because none of the other cats have had the mouth issues that Boo has had. It is 1 p.m. I'm getting ready to leave to go to Costco, run some errands, and look at what's going on in here. Boo is all stretched out on the day sofa, and Simba's laying with him. Simba's in this little makeshift bed in this blanket, and Boo's all stretched out. This is the first time Boo's been laying like this in like a week since he hasn't been feeling well, so this is definitely a good sign that he's starting to feel better. How you doing, Boo? Are you starting to feel better? Are you starting to feel better, Boo? Something else that I picked up was this catnip plant for Boo. So I bought the cat grass from Petco the other day, and the cats have been enjoying it. I've been cutting it up and putting it in their food and on their food. But I thought maybe Boo would like some catnip. And of course, the goal would be for Boo to eat it, and A, it would make him feel better, and B, maybe it would help him vomit, because we all know that sometimes when cats eat greens, it does help them vomit. So if he has a hairball stuck in his stomach, then maybe it could help bring it out. But it looks like he just wants to smash his face into it. He just wants to rub. You want me? I'll cut a few leaves off for you, okay? Let me cut a few leaves off. I'll put them on the rug. I just put a few leaves on the rug, and it seems like he wants to eat them more so than just play with them or rub himself on them. But I'm going to take one. Can you hear all the noise that's coming from outside? I don't know what's going on out there. I just rubbed one on the rug. It sounds like someone has an air conditioning unit or something on. It's really loud. I just shut the window so it's a little bit quieter for this video, but now Boo's decided he's gonna rub on these. Boo loves catnip. Now, Simba left the room, so that's why I'm giving this to Boo. Want another piece, Boo? Here. Rub it on the rug. There you go. Boo's very happy. So he hasn't slept much today at all. He's been pretty much up all day, which is You know, that's good because he spent the past few days sleeping most of the day. He's like, leave me alone. Just let me rub on this catnip. You feeling okay, Boo? You feeling okay, Boo? Want another piece? It's about 7:15 p.m. and there's Boo and he's eating food. So I gave all the cats some plain chicken breast. It's raw and I cut it into small pieces. That's what he's eating. He has mostly been eating, very liquidy foods over the past several days. So I wanted to see if he would do well with some just plain cut up chicken. And he's been eating it. This plate that he's eating out of now is actually his plate. And that plate that he was eating out of was Simba's plate. Boo's also still eating some of the baby food that I put on the plates. I put like 4 different types of food on the plates because it's like leftover day, like whatever leftover cans are in the refrigerator, I'm splitting among the cats. And of course, I also gave them some of the fresh chicken. Stella and Splash wanted to eat on the play rug in the living room, so I gave them their plates. And everyone finished the chicken there, they finished the baby food, and they finished one of the canned foods. Boo, you going to finish eating? You done? Want more food? Oh, you want more baby food? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give Boo whatever's left in the baby food jar, and I'm going to mix in one of those immune tablets, and hopefully he'll eat that. It is 9 a.m. and look at this. It's Boo. Hello, Boo. You feeling better today? So this is progress for Boo because for the past several days, he's just been like laying in his cat tower in the morning. He hasn't been active. And today he's here on the play rug. Yesterday, in case I didn't mention it, he barely slept all day. Like he was up, awake, alert all day. So that's definitely an improvement over the past several days. How you doing, Boo? He also ate some crunchies last night. I can't remember if he ate them all. I don't think he ate all of the crunchies that I gave him, but he ate a good amount of the crunchies. So that's an improvement also because for the few days prior to that, he wasn't eating his crunchies at night. He would only eat a few Temptations. Good job, Boo. You feeling better, Boo? You feeling better, Boo? Boo says he's feeling better. He might not be 100% back yet, but he's definitely feeling better. Boo's playing with this hummingbird today. Come on, Boo. You want to play? Simba's trying to bite the string, but the string is metal. I don't think he's going to be able to bite through metal. This is how I know Boo's starting to feel better because he wants to go after the hummingbird. Boo hears someone in his room. He's like, who is that? It's Stella. But I don't know who he thinks it is. Who is that, Boo? Who's in your room? Who's in your room, Boo? Is it Stella? It's Stella. Hey, Stella. No, you don't want to play? Okay, now no one's going to play because Oh. What is that about, Boo? This is how you know Boo's feeling better. He just tried to smack Simba. There's Splash in the box. It is 9:33 a.m. and there's Boo. And he's eating the normal food. Like when I say normal food, I'm just meaning the homemade raw food that I make the cats for breakfast. He's actually attempting to eat it today, so this is the first day in like a week. So that's good. If he doesn't eat all of it, I'm probably still going to give him some baby food with the vitamin in it. And we'll see if he eats that. But this is definitely good progress for him. He also enjoyed some playtime this morning with the spider on the string and also with the motorized hummingbird toy. So he's definitely on his way to feeling a lot better. Good morning, Boo. How you doing, Boo? How you doing? Did you sleep good, Boo? This is where Boo slept last night. It is almost 9 a.m. and I'm here with the cats and we've been having some morning spider playtime. So there's Simba in the box. There's Stella. And everyone has been enjoying playing with the spider and everyone's been getting along. And here's Boo. And look at this. There's Nancy. Nancy's been playing with the spider with the other cats. Everyone's been taking turns.
Come on, boo, don't you wanna play? Don't you wanna play with me today? Come on, boo, don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna jump and run? Come on, boo, don't you wanna play? Don't you wanna play with me today? Come on, boo, don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna jump and run?
And look at what's going on in here. It's Boo and Simba, and they're sharing the day sofa. They look very comfortable. So today's a beautiful sunny day. It's a bit cooler out. It's probably only in the 60s. They have the window open, so they have some nice fresh air, but it's not too hot. How you doing, Simba? How you doing, Simba? You okay? He's very happy. How you doing, Boo? You okay? Boo's very happy too. Today for breakfast, the cats had some chunky chicken and chunky beef. And I didn't have the organ meats or the ground up chicken necks that I normally mix into them because I have to make food today. So what I did was I took 2 jars of chicken baby food and I mixed that in, and that was like the gravy for them. Then I added multivitamins so that they're getting like all their vitamins and minerals and nutrients. And everyone really enjoyed it. So I thought that was a really nice change for them. I just gave the cats their Halloween toys. So Boo has this one. It says Boo. Boo, that's for you, Boo. It's 10:30 p.m. and the cats are enjoying some crunchies. There's Boo, Stella, Simba, and Splash. And there's Nancy. She's very happy to hang out with OG4. She really wants to be part of their group. And they're still a little bit wary of her. They spend a lot of time just watching her because I don't think that they really trust her. But it does remind me a lot of when Boo was reintegrated with Stella, Splash, and Simba because, you know, he used to jump on them and attack them, and they didn't like that. And it took some time for him to get rid of that behavior. And they didn't trust him for quite a while. So eventually they got through it. So they should all get through this also. Look at this. There's just cats and cat stuff everywhere. They all just finished their crunchies. And I'm trying to finish a video. Boo's been up bright and early looking out the windows. He's watching a dog across the street. I think one of the reasons why Boo really loves these cat towers is because he can watch all the dogs being walked. There's a lot of people that walk their dogs along the woods. Right, Boo? I just combed Boo, and I combed Nancy, and I'm combing Simba. And Nancy has been looking like she wants to get into some kind of trouble with the other cats. So I said, I wonder if she wants to wear her princess dress. So we'll see how her behavior is when she wears her princess dress. What a pretty princess, Nancy. Nancy, you're a pretty princess. Here's Nancy. She jumped to the top of the cat tower with her princess dress on. And she's been on top of the bunk bed. So she does not seem to have mobility issues in it at all. It is 11 p.m. And Boo is finishing his dinner. So the cats had a very late dinner. I fed the OG4, and then I went downstairs to feed the Lucky 7, and I spent some time down there with them. I don't know, maybe I was down there for like a half hour. And when I came upstairs, I noticed that Boo was sitting on a chair, and I was like, what are you doing, Boo? Did you eat your food? So I looked at the security camera footage, and I saw that Stella ate Boo's food. So I just made Boo another plate of food, and I put some crunchies on it. And I'm very happy that he's actually eating these crunchies, because lately the only crunchies he's been eating are Temptations. When I went to Petco earlier, I bought different crunchies to see if he would eat them, and he's eating these, so that is good. And this is what he's eating right now. These are the Instinct original crunchies. I put a little bit on his food. There's like 3 little crunchies left. Okay, I know you like these, Boo. You want to try the other ones? I just gave Boo some of the Blue Wilderness. And he seems to be eating these, and Nancy smells the crunchies. But I don't want her coming up because she's going to disturb Boo right now. And I can't walk away from Boo because then Stella or Simba are going to come back and eat his food. So he left some of the Blue Wilderness on the plate. Let's see if he'll eat these Origin Guardian 8s. I just gave him some of the Guardian 8s. Yeah, he smelled them, and then he walked away. I just gave him a little bit of the Instinct on another plate, and he came over to eat those. So those seem to be the winner out of these 3 bags, which is good. So, I mean, the other cats are still going to get the Origin because they've been eating them no problem. But if Boo doesn't like them anymore, if he wants the Instinct, then I'll just give him the Instinct. It is 10 a.m. We're getting a very late start to our day. There's Boo, and here's Nancy. Last night, Nancy slept upstairs. She wanted to sleep in Boo's room, so I said, okay, you sleep in Boo's room, and I shut the door. And everything was fine until about 5 o'clock in the morning when she decided she wanted to go downstairs. So she was banging on the door, and I had to get up and let her out. It's going to be another 80-degree day or so. And I have the windows open right now so the cats could smell air. They love open windows. Hopefully we'll get some rain today because we haven't had rain in like over a month at this point. And I've been going outside like every other day and giving water to like all the trees and everything. Even the evergreens are starting to turn brown. So good morning, Simba. Let's give the cats the cat grass today since it's definitely more grown than it was yesterday. Okay, look, it's long enough that you could share it. You get this end, he gets that end, okay? It's long enough that you guys could share it. So last night, the cats had a little crunchy party. And Stella, Boo, Splash, and Simba were here on the play rug. And Nancy wanted to join them. And she came running over with them because they were like scattered around the house. And when I sit down here with some crunchies, they all come running. So she came running with them. Here she is now. And what happened was she got a little bit too close to Boo because, you know, the Lucky Seven have a very different comfort zone than the OG4 do. The OG4 like more personal space than the Lucky Seven. The Lucky Seven have very little personal space when it comes to each other. They all just are constantly headbutting each other and rubbing against each other. The OG4, not so much. So she got within Boo's personal space, and Boo smacked her. Like, he was really not happy with that. He also probably did not want her to get any of his crunchies. So she was highly insulted and upset about it. Like, she left the room. She didn't want to come back in the room. So I was like, it's okay, Nancy, it's okay. Maybe she's going to learn now, not to try to attack or ambush the other cats. It is 11:15 a.m. and the cats are finishing their breakfast. Specifically, Boo is finishing his breakfast because I guess he didn't eat what I put on his plate the first time. Because I came upstairs, it was empty, and he was looking at me like, I need food. Most likely, Stella and or Simba ate it. And here's what happened. So I was like, okay, Boo, you don't want to eat the raw food today. I'll give you some sardines. So I gave him some sardines. The minute he leaves the plate, Stella swoops in to eat it. It's like if I turn my back for 1 minute, Stella will swoop in and eat whatever's on his plate if he walks away from his plate. Stella knows I'm talking about her, so she's going to leave right now. And that is a very real problem in a multiple cat household. And that's why some cats are just going to be heavier than other cats, because some cats are fine walking away from food and other cats cannot have food left on a plate. Like, I think if Stella sees food left on a plate, it's an invitation for her to go and eat it. So Boo just ate some of the pureed sardines that I gave him. It's 3 p.m. and I just found Boo. Do you see him there? He's laying on the desk in his room underneath the fern and behind the CD player. I have had the relaxing cat music, the music for cats, playing in the living room. But look at Boo. He must be really comfortable up there. He's hanging out with the princess dress that the girls were wearing yesterday. And I guess he likes being near the plants. It's a beautiful day today. Absolutely beautiful. It's probably like around 75, 77 degrees. I just got back. It's sunny. And yeah, he's enjoying a nice breeze through the open window. And there's Nancy. She just came in the room. Look at Boo. He's so funny. How you doing, Boo? You okay? You all right, Boo? It is 9:30 a.m. Here's Boo. Good morning, Boo. One of the things that I want to do today is put all of these cat tower covers in the laundry because they're full of cat hair. And another thing I want to do today, this morning actually, is give Boo some Drontal, which is what he had last year for tapeworms. Because when cats have fleas, if they eat the fleas, they could get tapeworms. And that could also be what's causing Boo his stomach discomfort, if that's what we're dealing with. So yesterday, like last night, he didn't want to eat his favorite food, which is the chunky beef. And I was like, okay, that's really weird. And then I cooked him up some shrimp, and he didn't want to eat those either. He ate some crunchies, he ate some baby food, he ate some pureed sardines, but he didn't want to eat his favorite food. So that's why I'm thinking, well, I don't know, is it tapeworms? That could be an issue also. I did look up the symptoms of that, and the symptoms of that could be like a lack of appetite. If a cat has tapeworms in their stomach, it could cause discomfort. So that is a potential issue with Boo. And it was something that I was thinking about like weeks ago when we were dealing with fleas. I remember thinking, oh, maybe I need to give him like tapeworm medicine again this year. So I'm going to try to do that today. It's just, I don't know what I'm going to put it in that he's actually going to eat it. What I need to do is find the video that I posted last year about it and see what he ate it in. I'm pretty sure I gave him like 1.5 tablets as per what the vet said, but I definitely have to check to see how I served it to him. And that's another reason why I make sure to include specific information in some of these videos. It's so that I could go back and reference it and be like, oh yeah, okay, so that's what Boo took it in, or that's what so-and-so ate, or that's what I gave so-and-so. So that's what I'm going to try to do today. I got to look that up. And while I'm thinking about it, if you're watching this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up, and please make sure to leave a comment, even if it's just to say hello to the cats. Because when you give a video a thumbs up and leave a comment, it tells YouTube's algorithms to show the video to more people, and we really need that. So, and Boo says definitely do that, right, Boo? Let's see if Boo will eat some Friskies. So on the right, I have some turkey, and on the left, I have some salmon. Is he going to eat it? No, see, he's not eating it. Okay, he ate the turkey? No, he spit it out. All right, he ate the turkey. So he's eating both. Okay. All right, I'm gonna give him some turkey. I cut the tablets into quarters, so he needs to eat 8 of these, which I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'm trying to disguise these in as little food as possible because Boo has not been eating much lately at all. So we'll see how he does with this. There you go, Boo. He moved over here to the kitchen chair. Now, last time he ate these without any problems. So let's hope he does the same this time. He doesn't want to eat it, so I put some of the Fortiflora on top, and now I'm putting some Temptations in there. I put a little bit of the Frisky salmon on it, and he walks away like he doesn't want to eat it. He knows the Drontal's in it, and this year he doesn't want to eat it. I just put one into one of the Chew bites, and he almost ate it. He had it in his mouth, he was chewing on it, and then he spit out the tablet, and he ate most of the Chew bite. So I just coated it with the Fortiflora Calming Care. Let's see if he'll eat this. And that was a no. All he did was lick the coating off. Let's see if he'll eat it in a piece of raw beef. He's eating the beef. Did he swallow the whole thing? No, he spit it out. Now we're trying in some deli turkey. Here, turkey, 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 or turkey. So he ate the turkey, and he spit out the pill. I dug the smaller pieces out of the Friskies, so I put a small piece in the Chew bite and a small piece in some turkey. This is what it looks like trying to get a pill into Boo this morning, and so far I'm still not successful, but I have not given up yet. Right now I'm trying to get him to eat it out of some of these Tiki Cat sardines. So I gave him some of the Tiki Cat sardines, which I pureed to the consistency of like a squeeze up. But then I also had to put some Temptations on top. And I'm thinking I might go out and see if I could buy some of those like double stuff Temptations, like the ones that are like double the size. Because maybe if I cut one in half, I could hide a small piece in there. And what he's eating now, or what I hope he's going to eat, is 2 Temptations stuck together with a little bit of a churro. And then no, he's not eating it, because then I tried to hide a piece of the pill in there. He's probably going to just eat all the food around the pill pieces and leave all the pill pieces. Now, I did try to just put one directly in his mouth, But he was not having that at all. Another option is to get some ground beef and try to hide some in some ground beef, like a little meatball. Yeah, look, he ate some of the food and he left all of the pill pieces. It's about 12:30 p.m. I'm just about to leave and I came to check on Boo, and this is where he's been laying with the ferns again and the plants. I guess this is his favorite spot right now. Here's Boo, and Boo had the zoomies this morning. Boo hasn't had the zoomies in a long time. He went zooming into his room, up on the window, like he practically flew. And then he zoomed out of his room, and now he's just running around a little bit. And I'm going to take that as a good sign because, you know, he hasn't been wanting to do that in quite some time. Even though he still didn't want to eat some of his favorite foods yesterday. I mean, he did have a decent amount of crunchies for dinner. He did have a few pieces of raw chicken, a few pieces of raw beef, but overall, he's still not eating his favorite foods. He wants me to open one of the windows because all the windows are shut because it was really cold last night. Yesterday, I was in PetSmart and the cats got a new toy. They had a whole bunch of the Playology toys that I have not seen there before. And this is one of them. This is a wand toy. And look at this. It has like a wiggly snake. Then it also has like a wiggly fish. And the fish has a bell on it. But I saw the snake and I thought for sure maybe Stella would like it. She likes wormy toys. Boo seems to be interested in the fish. So I have to take this toy off of the packaging and then set it up. And we'll see how the cats like it. Ready to play, Boo? Now, okay. I was just going to say that I don't know how this snake is going to do because it's like really heavy for a wand toy. It's definitely really heavy. But the cats seem to be interested in it. And when you pull it, though, it doesn't really wiggle. That's the problem. It doesn't really wiggle. I just put the fish on the end of it. And Boo's really interested in the fish. Simba? Well, we know how Simba loves fish, so I guess he's being very possessive of this fish. Boo's here in his room. Want your fish? I don't know why Simba was nasty to you, Boo. Everyone can play together. Let me show you a big problem with this toy. So this toy is made out of like, I guess it's like a silicone material. Do you see this? It's attracting like every cat hair. This thing is going to be full of cat hair because it's already accumulating quite a bit. Yesterday, I purchased some ground beef for Boo. I made him a little meatball, and there's nothing in it. You want to eat your meatball? You want to eat the meatball? You want everyone to have a meatball? He doesn't trust it when he's the only one with food. Okay. Nobody wants to eat their meatball. They're looking at me like, what are you even thinking? It's 8:45 a.m. The cats and I are having some playtime. Boo caught the hummingbird, and it looks like someone already bit its nose off. Boo's trying to pluck it. Yeah, look at this. The nose is long gone. There's just a hole where the nose used to be. That's not good. Someone probably ate it. Boo, did you eat the nose? Did you eat the nose, Boo? Did you eat the nose? It is 10:22 a.m. and this is what is left of Boo's breakfast, and I'm really proud of him because he did really good today. So he had a full-size serving of the homemade raw food. He probably ate more than half of that. And I also had one steamed scallop left over. So all the cats had a little bit of steamed scallops yesterday as a snack. And I had one left over. So what I did was I cut up half of the scallop and I put it in his food to see if he would eat it instead of using like treats or crunchies. And he ate some of it. But then I had to put a little bit of the Fortiflora on it, and then he ate more of it. But then I said, well, what happens if I take the other half of the scallop and I make a puree with it? So I put it in my mini food processor with a little water, made like a puree, and I put that over the food. So he ate some of that. And then I said, well, what would happen if I put a ring of crunchies around the plate? And as you could see, he ate the majority of that. So he ate quite a bit of food today. He actually ate more than he's been eating recently. So that's really good, because he's been so finicky lately that he's really just been getting like a little bit of food here, a little bit of food there, a little bit of food there. And because he's been such a picky eater recently, that's one of the reasons why I put the scale underneath this cat tower. So as far as weighing the cats, this has just made it incredibly easy, because I was almost never able to weigh Boo before. And now, like, I'm easily weighing him once a day, if not more, if I needed to, but I don't need to. I don't even need to weigh him once a day. But just in case he gets super, super picky and is not eating, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to put a scale there. But as you can see, he's been grooming himself. Like, look how nice his fur looks. And he had a lot of playtime this morning. He's had the zoomies, so he's not acting like he's sick. But, you know, he just hasn't been his normal self when it comes to eating. As long as he's eating something, and I'm just trying to get him to eat healthier options. So for a while he was eating Temptations. That was like the holiday treat around the house. We're going to hold off on those until the next holiday, which would be like the Thanksgiving time. And right now we're switching back to Blue Wilderness treats. The ingredients in those are better. And also he's eating the Origin Crunchies again. For a while, he didn't want to eat those, but now he's eating them again. It is 8:30 a.m. and here's Boo. And it is so loud outside with regards to landscapers. I thought my landscapers were here because they usually show up this day of the week. But I just looked outside and it's not even my landscapers. It's from next door. But they're so loud. I think they have leaf blowers going. Boo just got on the scale. And it shows that he actually gained a little bit of weight since yesterday. And he has been eating better the past 2 days, so that is good. And it's because he's been getting more crunchies. And he also has been eating some more of the homemade raw food. Be nice, Boo. It's okay. He wants a snake. When it comes to cat toys, sometimes you have to be creative, because the way they're designed isn't always the best way that the cats like to play with them. So I think I might have a solution for this snake toy. I'm going to see if this will work. Who's watching the snake? So what I did was I took an old wand that had a really short piece of string left on it, and I think this snake does much better on the end of a wand than it does like on a longer string. It's 9:25 a.m. and I'm just about to have some playtime with the cats. I took the hummingbird toy out. It's not even on yet, and Boo's been attacking the hummingbird. Boo's hiding behind the grass. It is 10:30 p.m. and Boo is eating some rotisserie chicken. I stopped off at the supermarket on the way home and they had these rotisserie chickens, so I figured the cats have not had one in a really long time. The ingredients were not bad, and so I bought one and Boo's been enjoying it, so I'm going to give him another piece. I'm going to give all the cats some of this, but I'm glad Boo's eating. This morning I made the cats some homemade food and I found some ground beef in my refrigerator, so I cooked it for them. And I was like, well, maybe Boo will eat some cooked ground beef because he hasn't been eating the raw. He didn't want to eat it, so I'm happy he's eating this. He's doing a really good job eating this also. It is 11:35 a.m. and here's Boo. And that's his plate of food behind him. And he's been acting totally normal this morning. He was actually banging on my bedroom door because he wanted to come in. And when I let him in, he was jumping on the bed. He wanted to jump on the cat tower by an open window. He wanted to eat some snacks. And then this morning, when I was putting their food together, it was leftover day. So basically, for breakfast, they had any kind of leftover cat food that I had in the fridge. I usually split it up 4 ways or 7 ways, and that's what they had. So he ate some of the crunchies, he ate some of the food, but then he stopped eating. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to eat anymore. And he camped out here. And what I noticed is that Boo is exerting his alphaness again. So for a while he wasn't, and I'm going to say that was because of his tooth issue, because he had the loose fang and he had the other loose teeth. And I don't think he was feeling his best because of that. And now I think he's feeling stronger again. And he's definitely been exerting his alphaness for at least, I would say, the past week. I've really noticed it. Like this morning, for example, this is Nancy's food. And Nancy was eating here very peacefully. And Boo came into the room. He looked at her, he saw her, and he went over to her and he swatted at her. And she was like, what is going on? And so she retreated underneath the end table. And then he did something very similar to Richard not too long ago. Boo was sitting here near his food, and then Richard came in the room, and Boo was like hissing at Richard and swatted at him, and then Richard backed away. So I think he's trying to teach Richard and Nancy and any of the members of the Lucky Seven to behave and to respect him. I think that's what's going on with Boo. He's like, I am the king of this house. I am the leader of this tribe, and what I say goes. Right, Boo? So there hasn't been any fights. It's more like he's just trying to discipline them and be like, okay, guys, you better behave. Stay away from me. Don't think you're eating my food. Don't think you're going to attack me. Don't think you're going to ambush me. And that's what Boo's been doing. So good job, Boo. Good job, Boo. Okay? Here's Boo. He's now relaxing in a cat tower. And I just came upstairs because I got an air quality alert on my phone. So I figured, let me come upstairs and see what's going on, because there are wildfires burning, I don't know, less than 10 miles away from here. And last night I was a few miles north of here and could not believe how bad the air was. Like, it just stunk like smoke so bad. And it was super windy. And I was like, wow, that's crazy, because here we didn't have that problem. And when I got home, it didn't smell bad here. And this morning I was outside and it did not smell bad here. But now, right now, it stinks. It stinks like a fire. So I had to go around and shut all the windows. And that's why we got the air quality alert. It's 1:20 p.m. Look at what's going on here. That's Boo on the left and Nancy on the right. So this happened just maybe 20 minutes ago. Boo was in his room and I had the door open. I was like, Boo, you could stay in here if you want to. You could leave if you want to. And Nancy was in the cat tower on the right. She had been there for quite some time. And I'm in the kitchen and all of a sudden I hear howling. And I'm like, what is going on? And I walked in the room, and this is what I saw. Boo was in the cat tower on the left, Nancy was on the right. And they were just looking at each other. Nancy was howling. It wasn't a really loud howl. It was like a mild howl. And then I just told them to behave. I said, you guys get along. You're brother and sister, so just relax. And that's what they did. It is 9:15 p.m. I'm just about to feed dinner to the cats, and guess what? It's raining. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy we're getting some rain. Yay, Boo, right? We're getting rain. Boo slept most of the day. He relaxed, and now he's been ready for dinner. Thank you for watching this Lucky Ferals video. If you enjoyed it, please give it a thumbs up. Please subscribe if you'd like me to post more videos, and please make sure to check out these other videos that were selected especially for you.